Tradoon. Tradoon.
Hello. Without a doubt, you came here today to learn about the most extraordinary group of animals that have ever appeared on this planet, the dinosaurs. But today, in contrast to those magnificent beasts, the creature we will be examining is admittedly less impressive, even puny in stature at less than 2 meters tall. It is a paleontologist. Normally, it is elusive, but now, using the latest in streaming technology, we can see for ourselves. Shall we?
Hello there, everybody, and welcome back to Paleontologizing.
Feeding almost entirely on plants, it has no sharp claws or fearsome teeth.
There you go.
Being so preoccupied with the study of ancient life, the fossil scientist seems to exist only to dig up, examine, and discuss fossils.
This is the same dinosaur.
Although many of his kind are shy and retrusive, ours here has learned to communicate over vast distances, broadcasting his strange sounds far and wide.
Ankylosaurus and Triceratops, Tyrannosaurus Rex. It is indeed true in human face bone, birds are dinosaurs.
His bizarre display is fascinating to watch. Creatures like this are quite rare, requiring very specific conditions to survive.
Thanks for the hydrate. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Pretty cool, right?
So that it does not die out like the fossil organisms which it studies, we must work to protect this rare and curious creature from extinction.
It's splashed completely flat.
Well, hello, everybody.
It's about the same dimension as the wall of a dirter. A dirter is one of those things you get at the end of the paper towels. The
dirter.
really go dirter in it. Well, that's what this thing is like.
It's a pterosaur bone. That is UCMP paleontologist Kevin Padian. Here's Stephen J. Gould.
In fact, in a world full of changing environments and occasional catastrophe,
all species eventually go extinct. Yeah, which is generally true. Welcome, everybody, back to Paleontologizing. It's really good to see all of you here, and happy Monday to you. Let me turn this light down a little bit. It's a little bright. Didn't see that until after we'd gone live. But welcome. It is a beautiful sunny Monday afternoon, February 6th, 2023, where I am here in the San Francisco Bay Area. And I hope you're having a lovely day so far. I hope all of your weeks are off to a good start, everybody. I'm so glad you're here, because we're going to be talking about some brand new dinosaurs today. Ones that are so new they haven't even officially been published yet. We're going to talk about them. But before we get to any of that stuff, I'm going to see who's here in chat. And let me do some introductions. Also, almost forgot to do this. If you're watching live right now, then hello to you. I'm glad you're here, especially if it's your first time. or if you're watching on YouTube right now, welcome to Paleontologizing. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and I'm here on Twitch trying to do some good old-fashioned science outreach, you know? Talking about fossils, talking about my own research and the research of my colleagues, trying to walk you through some of the latest fossil news, give you an inside peek into how paleontology works. You know, I believe pretty strongly that our world would be a better place if more scientists had the opportunity to reach out to the public, talk to people about fossils.
We have the Tradoon.
Indeed we do. Dinosaur Dave. Ah. Oh.
I'll be packing. Have fun laughing face.
Thank you, Dinosaur Dave, for the support. 6 month blocks. That's excellent. And 15 months of support from Dinosaur Dave. That's almost a full year, isn't it? Dinosaur Dave, I really appreciate you. Thank you so much. And I hope the packing goes well. Yeah. Man, it can be stressful to move. I've done it many, many times. So yeah, I hope you're taking care of yourself during that process. Yeah. Like I said, today we're going to be discussing some brand new dinosaurs, two that haven't even officially been published yet. So you're getting an early scoop on that. Should be a lot of fun. And we'll also talk about why science outreach is so important. I was talking a little bit about that a second ago, but I'll show you some examples as to why this sort of thing is so important. Anyway, it's going to be a fun stream, and I hope you're excited for it. Let's see who's here in chat right now before we... let's see. Man, a bunch of people were super early today, like an hour early. Jody Fish, howdy howdy. Kodali, how are you doing? Welcome back. Just jonesing for some fossil news discussion. Aditya Okar, how are you doing, Aditya? Welcome, welcome. Great to see you. Dinosaur Dave, howdy howdy. And then Golganek, how are you doing, Golganek? Welcome, welcome. Arle, what's shaking with you? Hope you had a good weekend. It's good to see you. Wabamoose, howdy howdy. Hope all's well with you too. Claire Burr, thank you for everything you do, Claire, and welcome back. Hope your weekend was lovely. It's always good to see you, Claire. Awkward Cyborg, what's shaking with you? Hello, hello. Birds Are Dead On is here. Welcome, birds. The Lenina, good afternoon to you too, Lenina. I hope your weekend was stellar. Hope you're staying warm. I hear it's cold down there in Texas right now. Or it has been lately, anywho. Nafron, hello, hello to you. I hope things are good in your part of the world. Eagle Star Trucker, what's shaking? Thanks for joining us again. Yeah. And Mudman1965, how are you doing, Mudman? It's great to see you. I'm glad you could make it today. Yeah. And Blinkster, how are you doing? Blinkster's like, hey, nerds. Welcome, welcome, Blinkster. It's good to have you here. Who else have we got? Trying to make my way down. Check Morticia is early today. How are you doing, Check Morticia? Welcome, welcome, Morticia. How are things with you? Hope they're good. And Wondergoon is here on time to catch Paleontologizing live. It's great to see you, Wondergoon. Welcome to you. Yeah. It's going to be a fun stream. This is going to be kind of a loosey-goosey one today. But it'll be nice.
You need to take some of your own advice.
I do.
Aren't you the man who told me to live every week like it's Shark Week? And that nothing's impossible except for dinosaurs? Don't give up on life, sir.
Wow.
Almost a full 2 years paleo science.
Matt M33, thank you so much for the 27 months of support. Holy cow. Really appreciate that, Matt M33. That is pretty stellar. Holy moly. 27 months is a long time. Did I already make it clear? Wrong button. There we go. Did I already make it clear to anybody who's new that why am I on here on Twitch in the first place? I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. I dig up dinosaurs, I study them, I publish on them in the scientific literature, and this is my full-time job nowadays, is to do science broadcasts here on Twitch every weekday. And the reason I'm able to do that, the whole reason I was able to go full-time, is because of wonderful folks like Matt M33, and the Dinosaur Dave and Wondergoon, and Roses and Tea, who have all subscribed to the channel and have been multi-month supporters. I would not be here if it were not for good folks like them. I would not be able to do this, so thank you, thank you. I know not everybody can afford to subscribe, but the fact that some people choose to do so and support me and support my mission of science outreach here on Twitch, that's the reason that this whole thing exists, you know? So, everybody who can't afford that, yeah. I don't know, like me, count your blessings that somebody's able to kind of subsidize that, you know? An undisclosed space frog.
We're here today.
Holy cow.
By the luck of the draw, dinosaurs who had been dominant over mammals in ordinary times got felled in a mass extinction.
It's true. Thank you for helping me not be felled by a mass extinction there, Space Frog. 11 months is extraordinary. Appreciate it. And welcome, Nikasaur, to Paleontologizing. What a great name. How are you doing, Nikasaur? Welcome, welcome. I haven't made my way down to the very bottom of chat yet. I gotta continue scrolling down, and my necklace is all chueco right now. Trying to fix that. And it's... There we go, it's being squirrely. There we are. It made it worse. Lidsbert, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. Great to see you. I hope all is well in, with you and yours. Let's redo this. Gah. Might be time for me to get a new cord. Who else have we got? Travel the World. How are you doing? Welcome, welcome, Travel the World. It's great to see you. Yeah. And Chudley61 says, hello, I'm a teacher and we do current events, so I'm always excited for cool science discoveries to share. Well, Chudley, you're going to hear about 2 new dinosaurs today who have not even been officially published on. So you're getting the news before it's even news, which is pretty cool. But yeah. Scrolling down. Invisible Dimensions, how are you doing? Great to have you here. Mommy does. Howdy, howdy. Yeah. Money well spent, says Wondergoon. I appreciate you saying so, Wondergoon. I appreciate your support even more. Thank you for making this possible. Hang on. I don't feel like I really gave a proper welcome to Chudley there. Chudley61, it's great to have you here, and, yeah, let me know if you've got any questions. I used to be a teacher as well. And, yeah, I don't know, teachers are some of the most important and also underappreciated people in our society, I believe. So, yeah, anything I can do to help you feel welcomed and appreciated, let me know. Yeah. Who else have we got here in chat? I know what I like, what can I say? Appreciate you, Nikasar. Yeah. Welcome. It's great to have you here. A Truckhorn, how are you doing? Welcome back. Good to see you. Almost done with my greetings. I'm approaching the bottom. Amber Vix says hello from the gym. Hello to the gym, Amber Vix. I guess. Hope you're having a good time there. Yeah, it's great to see you, Amber Vix. Welcome back. Happy Monday. And Victorious. Hot off the pressosaurus. There you go, Victorious. Welcome. And Blinkster says, am teacher. Leaving their profession after 5 years. Too much on my mental health. Yeah, I get that. It's not an easy job being a teacher. It's really not. Yeah. You know that old saying, like, oh, those who can do, those who can't teach? Does anybody actually think that's true? Is anybody that dumb? Most people in this world could not teach. Holy cow. Yeah, it's a skill set. It really is. Naderfiend, how are you doing? Welcome. Great to see you. Yeah. And you hear it most of the time, Blake. It's disappointing. You know, I don't know. having been a teacher for several years, it's a lot, you know? Yeah. And most people cannot do it. But society would crumble without teachers, you know? Society as we know it, at least. Yeah, and Zalek says, I can't do nor teach, so I wrote code for a living. Oh, Zalek, wouldn't that be considered doing? Lilith Hobo, how are you doing? In your Lilith Hobo being so self-deprecating. No, it's great to have you here. Welcome back. Yeah. That's saying his dog order. Agreed, Lenina. Agreed. If you can't teach the teachers? Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. You make computer go. Zalak, that's important. You know, I probably don't need to point this out, but, like, computers are, you know, there's a few of them around now, you know? I don't know how this whole how long this computer fad is going to last, but it seems like, you know, almost everybody has seen a computer at this point, you know? Yeah. So it's, computers, they're, dare I say, they're important, you know? I'll say it. But yeah. And Blinkster says, most teachers focus on being teachers. Well, that's kind of the incentive here in the US, right? No Child Left Behind and stuff like that. Once kids realize you're different, there are no behavior issues for the most part. In some cases, yeah, Blinkster. Yeah. I don't know, but some kids just have stuff going on, and, you know, yeah. They don't necessarily mean to act out, but stuff happens. Yeah. Yeah. Bad teacher shouldn't be doing or teaching, says Roses and Tea. I agree. Yeah. And as somebody who didn't do all that well in, like, a traditional schooling environment, I feel like I learn by doing, but having people show you how things work is really important. And yeah, I don't know. Teachers also just have a lot of importance in terms of, like, social development for kids and for young adults, for that matter, you know? So yeah, a big part of a teacher's job is not just teaching, you know? It's other stuff. So yeah. I've used it to banter with my good-natured ceramics teacher. There you go, Ambervix, yeah. And yeah, Fall Machine, you know, computers, yeah. I'm waiting for, you know, the abacus to come back around. Back in style. Resurgence in analog computers. Oh, like the abacus. There you go, Dinosaur Dave, yeah. Less accurate than digital computers, can scale to be more powerful, like neurons in our mind, technically analog. I would think it'd be difficult to scale something like an abacus, though, but I don't know. I'm not a computer scientist. Yeah. And welcome back, Portugasque. How are you doing? Great to see you here. We'll try to make it here more regularly. Oh, I appreciate that, Portugasque. Everybody's got stuff going on. I'm glad that you come here at all, you know? It's such an honor and a privilege to be able to talk about fossils with all of you. Yeah, have you, like, invite me into your home, onto your screen, into your earbuds. It really is a privilege, and I try and provide content that is worthy of that. So we're going to be getting into that in just a second. We've got some cool new sauropod stuff to talk about. New Titanosaur from Argentina. Exciting stuff. Yeah. And thank you, Travel. It's great to see you. You know, before we do that, though, I might actually start up a 3D print, because I had that all set up, and then I forgot to set it going. So let's go ahead and do that. And I think the bingo cards, the new ones expired, Jody Fish, but if you got yours when the getting was good, then you got it good. Yeah. And how are you doing, Orange Boy? Welcome, welcome. Yeah. Yeah. And I completely agree, Has helps. Teacher as a professional, a second parent, call to a vocation, a role model, an expert. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. When I was teaching, the thing that I always tried to do was be enthusiastic about learning and show kids how cool it is and how exciting it is, how satisfying it is to know stuff. An enthusiasm for knowledge is what I always tried to instill. And yeah. Anyway, I'm not going to go on a rant about that right now. Let me set up the 3D printer, and we're going to set a 3D print going.
And gratitude. Thank you very much for the 100 bits.
And Naderfiend.
Ankylosaurs tended to defend themselves
Ooh.
more by hunkering down and waiting out an incoming attack rather than utilizing their tail clubs.
It depends what kind of ankylosaur you're talking about.
We came here to find fossils.
And Snackcase, thank you for the follow. Welcome, Snackcase. It's great to have you here. Naderfiend, thank you for the 100 bits, by the way. Depends what kind of ankylosaur we're talking about. If we're talking about ankylosaurids who have tail clubs, then yeah, there's a lot of discussion about that among people who work on ankylosaurs. How much of a, like, offensive weapon was the tail club like that? Everybody, just for reference, the critters we're talking about are, like everybody's favorite, Ankylosaurus. Oh, right, hang on. I was trying to get my cameras to match the other day. And, yeah. Ankylosaurus right here. This is a wonderful reconstruction from the game Saurian. Really brilliant. There's that tail club at the end of the tail. But these guys also have armor all over their bodies, too. I do wonder how often they would use that tail club against predators. There is some evidence that came out recently. Well, there's a paper that came out recently with Victoria Arbor. Let's see if I can find that. She's an ankylosaur expert. There we go. New find suggests ankylosaurs' tail clubs were for bashing each other. The evolution of this weapon may have had little to do with threats from predators. I mean, it could very well be an either-or kind of a deal. But yeah. Well, I'd encourage you to take a look at that, Naderfiend, because this is an ongoing discussion, you know? How did these animals defend themselves? Yeah. What's the evolutionary pressure that caused them to evolve these big honkin' tail clubs and all of that armor, for that matter? Good question. Yeah. And why did they evolve crazy stuff like armored eyelids, for crying out loud? Yeah. It's fun to talk about. Speaking about crazy anatomy, I'm going to be printing a Pachycephalosaur skull in a minute here. Yeah. It would probably not break the sound barrier when swung, unless the sound barrier, unless you were holding it still and it were very brittle, it could easily break it, little Thobo. I bet you could break some of those sound panels that a lot of Twitch streamers have, like, in their stream setup like that. It could easily, you know, smash through some of those. I doubt anybody actually calls those sound barriers, though. You know? Yeah. But yeah. And
That gives the history of life. It's very quirky, fortuitous.
Naderfiend,
Chancy
7
character.
months.
We are literally here only because of the good fortune of dinosaur extinction.
It's true. And I am here because of the good fortune of support from good folks like Naderfiend. So thank you, Naderfiend. I really appreciate you. Yeah. So yeah. Anyway. So yeah. Let me go get the 3D printer fired up and we can start printing a new dinosaur skull that I'm excited about. Be a little one this time. So hang tight. Let's see. Is it? I don't know if the camera's working right now. Let's go see. It is not working. Let me restart that camera. Bow, there we go. All right, and we'll get this thing started off with a print. Yeah. And Mommy does this note to my kid, and Kylosaurs are not good teachers for conflict resolution. Yeah, maybe not. They certainly did not use their words. They used some other stuff. Oh boy. Yeah. Anyway, let's get that 3D printer fired up. All right, that should be humming to life any second now after the bed and the nozzle heat sufficiently. So yeah, let me show you what I'm gonna start printing though. Let's see. There we go. I got my hands on a model of a pachycephalosaur skull. And thank you, Mommy does. Appreciate those 200 bits. Thank you, thank you. Yeah. Little Hobo says, what became of the dinosaurs that fed off of poppy? Poppies did not exist during the time of the dinosaurs, Little Hobo. Flowering plants were kind of a brand new thing. Unless you're talking about some sort of modern bird, I don't know. Yeah. Okay. Who here is familiar with Stegosaurus? Not Stegosaurus, but Stegosaurus. This lovely pachycephalosaur, small pachycephalosaur. I'm going to be printing its skull life-size. And, that's not very big at all. Stegosaurus. Very cool dinosaur. And we don't have evidence of those quills, Claireburn. Yeah, these... purely speculative. No evidence at all of that. Here's some, kind of a feathery one. That's more plausible, in my opinion. We at least know some ornithischian dinosaurs did have feathers. So, yeah. Zesty Fungi says, nice helmet. Well, I think so, too. Take a look at this. Very, very cool. This is an exploding and de-exploding model of a Stegosaurus skull. Mine is not going to do that once it prints. But, yeah. I don't know. I think this is really, really cool. Because at Larry Whitmer's lab, they were actually able to scan an original skull of Stegosaurus. And then kind of take the pieces apart in the computer, which is really neat. Yeah, and there's the brain in there. So they were actually able to do like an endocast of the brain, which is super neat. The brain and the sinuses there. Very cool. You see the semicircular canals right there for balance? That must be the olfactory lobes. Otic nerve, optic nerve, a bunch of other cool stuff. But anyway, we're so used to thinking of these as being, like, super solid, that being able to actually, like, take it apart digitally is really, really cool. So, yeah. And did they regrow teeth? They did, Blinkster. Yeah, just like all toothed dinosaurs. The only dinosaurs that did not replace their teeth all the time were the dinosaurs that evolved no teeth at all. Like ornithomimosaurs, for instance. But these guys, yeah, constantly replacing their teeth all the time. So yeah. Would the biggest piece fit your printer, says Orange Boy? It would, but I didn't want to print it all at once. Because having kind of an all or nothing situation like that is a little bit riskier for printing. So I broke it up into 2 separate pieces. So we're printing the dome, that dome on the back of the head, right now today. Should take a little less than 7 hours. So it, depending on how long we go at the stream, it might be almost done by the time we finish. So yeah. So yeah, oh, and did dinosaurs have tooth abscess and tooth problems? I don't know, I mean, I'm sure some dinosaurs would have had tooth problems in the sense that another dinosaur sinks their teeth into, like if a Tyrannosaurus has bitten you in half, did you just have a tooth problem? Sounds like a pretty bad tooth problem. Somebody else's teeth. But no, in terms of, like, dinosaurs suffering from, like, issues like we have that would send us to a dentist, these guys are replacing their teeth all the time. So, unlike mammals, like we as placental mammals, as, you know, as primates, as humans, we only have 2 sets of teeth for our whole lives. Dinosaurs had a never-ending supply of teeth. As long as they were alive. Obviously, their teeth stopped growing when they're dead. But, anyway, yeah. Imagine that. If you were just losing teeth all the time, if you replaced all the teeth in your mouth about once a year, it'd probably be kind of a pain. You know? We're mammals. We didn't evolve to do that. It would really mess us up. Oh, yeah. And Lilithoba says, maybe with all the sugars we eat, we will eventually evolve more sets of teeth. I don't see any strong selective pressure in that direction, Lilithobo. It's a neat idea, and that'd be cool for some people to have. But, Venti, how are you doing? And thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. But yeah. I don't know, evolution doesn't really work that way, Lilithobo. It was like... Well, I don't know. We've already gone how long with only having 2 sets of teeth? Like 150 million years? Although, I don't know, there are some mammals, like I think manatees and elephants, they have like 6 sets of teeth. So it, you know, it's not impossible, I suppose. Yeah. One more set of teeth as we age would be great, in my humble opinion. Those are called dentures, Wondergoon. Luckily, as human beings, we can just invent that kind of thing, you know? Be cool to have naturally erupting teeth, but... yeah, I don't know. And Mommy does has a video of a crocodile with an abscessed tooth. Let's take a look at that.
So just this way.
Interesting. Let's have ourselves a look here. Here, give me just a second. There we go.
So just this way, Chris. Yep. All right, so Jeremy, up the front. Chris and Brad, you guys come with me.
In Townsville, saltwater croc Riley needs an urgent jaw examination.
Huh.
Right, let's do this.
But getting close to the massive 45-year-old means everyone has to be on
45-year-old crocodile.
Jeremy,
Holy
I'm
cow.
gonna get you down the front here, spotting for Bonza.
Hang on, who's Bonza?
Oh, there's a girl in there as well.
There is actually another croc in there.
Yeah, there's 2.
Oh, there she is, just next to him.
Yeah, so you can see her now just hiding down. She's in a real good spot because he's...
All right, we
actually
might
coming
fast
across.
forward to...
She's staying... 1, 2, 3, go!
Wow.
On him, lads. Westy, come in with the tape, mate. You guys good down there? Yep.
I remember watching Steve Irwin do this
I can't
on TV a bunch of
overemphasize
times.
the importance of managing Riley's stress levels.
Mouth's full secure. Good job.
Numerous saltwater crocodiles have died in this very situation, simply through building up too much lactic acid, which ultimately becomes toxic to their bodies. It's important that I now get some sedation into Riley.
Okay, going in.
All right.
Croc Riley's
And wow, look at that.
This is Chris's first chance to get a good look at Riley's jaw.
Huh.
Yeah, wow. Straight away, I get a picture of the issue that Riley's facing, and it is extraordinary. That hole in his jaw.
Never seen that before.
Definitely not normal.
Yeah, wow. I've never seen this in a crocodile or in a dinosaur, for that matter.
All right, so I'm happy with that in there. We've basically filled up that pit there.
Yep.
And all around the surrounding structures. So now I'm going to get in there and actually start exploring.
At the Billabong Wildlife Sanctuary in Townsville, the treatment on saltwater croc Riley's jaw is about to begin.
Everywhere I look inside this hole, I'm seeing fragments of teeth. Some are in their upright position, some are lying down, and some are pushing straight into the gum.
By the looks of what's happening,
Yowza. Oh, I don't know if I'm going to want to watch the rest of this.
Normal position, and instead of it being reabsorbed, it looks like another one's actually coming underneath it.
Yeah, a new tooth is erupting.
It's tried to find its own space and pushed into the side. Then another one looks like it's coming as well. So we've got multiple teeth all trying to go through the one socket.
Yep. Because crocodiles can replace each and every one of their teeth up to 50 times during their life, what's happened here...
Up to 50 times during their life. There's seriously a finite number? I wasn't aware of that.
Is that Riley's tried to replace a
I wonder about that.
That just hasn't fallen out yet.
Huh.
He hasn't just done it once. He's done it multiple times.
I'm just going to go digging here.
Oof, okay, yeah. I get a little squeamish about stuff like this. But yeah, interesting. I do not think that's common. So yeah, some dinosaurs may have suffered from problems like that, but I've certainly never seen evidence of that in the fossil record. But yeah. Nightmare Fuel, says Blakester. Well, we're not going to watch that, so yeah. But yeah. Thank you, Mommy Does, for sharing that. Fascinating stuff. I was not aware. I guess when you've got a big sample size of any kind of critter, like saltwater crocodiles, there's quite a few of them nowadays. I think they've really rebounded in numbers, which is really good. Yeah. Lots of opportunities for weird stuff like that to happen. But yeah. And do crocodiles have a way of expressing that they're in pain? I'm sure they do, Lilith Hobo, yeah. Probably, like, lashing out and biting is one way. But yeah, Tactile 3D Picture, how are you doing? Welcome. Yeah. Probably based on length of time to regrow and lifespan. That might be it, Gimpleg. It might be that the oldest crocodile that they had ever seen when it eventually died, it had gone through 50 sets of teeth or something. I bet you it's not that they have a set number that they approach and then there's no more teeth after that. I don't think it's like that at all. I think it's more like they can live this number of years, and then that would translate to this many times that they've replaced all their teeth, like 50. That's probably more like it. But yeah. The tooth just kind of pops out like a Pez dispenser. Wow. But there are a lot of attempted regrowth of that tooth. Interesting, Mommy Does. Wow. Yeah. And Delta Rain says, hello, is Godzilla a dinosaur? I saw Godzilla in Star Trek. Did you, Delta Rain? How are you doing, Delta Rain? What was he getting up to? Anyway, it's great to see you, Delta. It was fun watching Star Trek with you last night on your Discord. Godzilla is supposed to be a dinosaur, at least in some movies. He's explained as having been a dinosaur who was mutated by the U.S. Hydrogen bomb detonation at Bikini Atoll in 1945. But then there's other movies that have other explanations, and anyway, that's the one that I always go with, because that's where the original Godzilla film from 1954, that's where it drew its inspiration from. And yeah. Anyway. But yeah. I should do a Is Godzilla a Dinosaur YouTube video or something like that. I feel like people would enjoy that. Is Godzilla a dinosaur on YouTube? Oh, Trey the Explainer did one. I think I've heard of him. Him? Her? Them? Yeah. Anyway. Godzilla's supposed to be a dinosaur. according to certain films. But, you know, it depends who you ask. But yeah. Lizard cat. I don't know what you're talking about, Pimp Cat. What? Yeah. Muggins says, I thought Godzilla was an iguanodon. Well, the original story is... when I think Eiji Tsuburaya and some of the other producers were coming up with the design for Godzilla in 1954, originally they wanted to have him be like a walking mushroom cloud because he was supposed to be a monster created by nuclear testing that later came to Tokyo and destroyed the city. He's supposed to be a symbol of nuclear warfare, basically, and the havoc that it could wreak on mankind. And then, I think it was in 1953, The Beast from 20,000 Fathoms came out. You know, I've got a video about this, actually. I forgot about that. Here. You saw Godzilla when it came out in 1954, Banyarola? Seriously? Or in the US, it would have been 1956. The US dubbed version. English dubbed version in the US. Godzilla King of the Monsters is what they call it. There we go. The Paleontologizing YouTube page. And... here we go. Let's take a look at this. Real quick. Speaking of Godzilla. Hey, little Bigfoot. How are you doing? Welcome, welcome. It's good to have you here.
Now, remember this. Love is at the center of your life. The things that you do should be things that you love. And things that you love should be things that you do. And when I was 6, I saw a film on dinosaurs. And dinosaurs filled my life. And by the age of 6, I began to read about dinosaurs. And they affected my whole life and wound up with me getting the work on Moby Dick when I was 33 years old because I fell in love with dinosaurs when I was 6.
So that may have been kind of a meandering story, and it is kind of a meandering story for how the Godzilla franchise came to be. There were numerous sources of inspiration. But you can kind of trace the origins back to this.
This is a story about love and dinosaurs. And how when those two things combined back in the 1950s, in a small way, they changed our culture forever. Welcome to Paleontologizing. I'm Dave.
Anyway, this is back before I had before I had a decent microphone or knew how to edit video or light things properly. But, yeah. Before I was on Twitch. Long before. But, yeah.
And I'd like to share with you perhaps the most important little science fiction piece you've never heard of. It's called The Foghorn by Ray Bradbury. And I'm going to tell you why it matters to somebody who studies fossils. And I'd like to read it to you.
Recognize that guy? That's Radosaurus from The Beast from 20,000 Fathoms. Yeah. Anyway, this is back when I was still trying to do like long-form YouTube videos like this, and it never took off. This has what? 1.7 thousand views? It made this like 3 or 4 years ago.
First Saturday Evening Post in 1951 under the title The Beast from 20,000 Fathoms.
Mm-hmm.
Ray Bradbury's short story had an outsized impact, not just on his career, but on popular culture the world over. The story was a hit, and Hollywood took notice. At the time, there happened to be a small independent film about
what, says Lenina?
With sincere appreciation and gratitude, thank you very much for the 100 bits.
This question may not be permissible, and if so, I apologize.
It's okay, Naderfiend. We'll be talking about this.
Know about dinosaur soft parts,
here.
Or external genitalia, like penises.
Let's take a look here.
Male from a female dinosaur.
We're going to be talking about that on the 14th Valentine's Day. Yeah. We're on another tangent right now, Niederfiend. I appreciate the 100 bits. We'll be talking all about that next Tuesday. So, I will see you next Tuesday. Valentine's Day, we'll do a discussion all about that. Yeah. I appreciate your curiosity, Niederfiend. And we'll do our very best to make that a PG-rated discussion, too. Delta, yeah. Let's continue.
And when the producers read Bradbury's piece, they bought the rights, adopted the title, and added details from the story.
It's a great story. Yeah.
Wreaking his prehistoric fury on modern man and his puny machines. Cities would be terrorized by the cruel intruder from the past. Populations crazed and panicked with fear by its destructive force. Granite and steel would crumble. Soldiers and their weapons would be powerless before the onslaught of the beast.
The what? The what? I'm sorry. Again?
This film adaptation mostly ignored the story's main themes, focusing on giant monster sensations. It was a hit nonetheless.
Oh, yeah. So this is what inspired Godzilla, to a certain extent. Alright, Lenina, I'll see you soon.
The film's success actually kickstarted the craze for giant movie monsters.
Mm-hmm.
A staple of 1950s cinema. Variously terrifying or amusing audiences in theaters and drive-ins across the world. Its release in Japan, The Beast from 20,000 Fathoms directly led to the beginning of the Godzilla franchise.
Uh-huh.
In fact, legend has it that the original 1954 film was planned under the working title of The Giant Monster from 20,000 Miles Beneath the Sea. If you're a fan of Godzilla, you ought to recognize what you owe to this story. Now, all this might seem cheap or tawdry, and hell, maybe it is. But the underlying themes here still speak to something deep and resonant in the human psyche. Something on par with classic literature. Bradbury himself explained this in a 1988 interview.
Oh, this is great. I love this.
The screenplay for a book that had nothing to do with your books, Moby Dick.
That's right.
And you really, I have to say, seemed like a very unlikely choice to adapt.
It's a great movie, by the way.
Screen, and I was wondering how you got to write the screenplay.
Well, by staying true to my own sense of the poetic. Again, here's where the influence of...
And Triceratops says, what exactly is a fathom? Is it equal to half a gross in a slug? It's about a quarter of a hogshead. Triceratops? No, I think it's roughly 2 meters. I think a fathom is about 6 feet, something like that.
I'll tell you another way.
Nerf Dermer. Or 18 months ago. Nerf Dermer. Thank you so much for all of your support, which has continued to grow and grow. Really appreciate you, Nerf Dermer. Thank you. And yeah, Tactile says, did you have a chance to sign up on Facebook yet? I've not had a chance to do that yet, Tactile. I'll make a note and I'll make sure that I do that. Yeah, appreciate you, Tactile. By the way, let's check on our 3D printer, printing a Stegosaurus skull, the dome right now. Here, that looks weird. Let me check on that. It'll be fine. And check Morticia. I will see you around. Thank you for being here. You sleep well, Morticia. Anywho, let's hear how Ray Bradbury first came up with the idea for the story for The Beast from 20,000 Fathoms, which, ended up being one of his big breaks. and also helped spawn the Godzilla series, which in turn spawned the Gamera series and Ultraman and Power Rangers and so many other things. All kind of trace their origins back to this one little anecdote right here. It's interesting to think about. This helped spawn Godzilla, which helped spawn a million other things that were kind of rip-offs of Godzilla. Yeah.
Had nothing to do with your books, Moby Dick.
That's right.
And you really, I have to say, seemed like a very unlikely choice.
Me too, Orchestra.
Adapt Moby Dick for the screen.
Love Godzilla.
I was wondering how you got to write the screenplay.
Well, by staying true to my own sense of the poetic. Again, here's where the influence of Shakespeare on my life, the influence of the Bible, which I was raised on, and by staying true to my love of poetry and my love of metaphor, which you learn from the Old Testament, the New Testament, and you learn it from Shakespeare, and also by staying in love with dinosaurs. I fell in love with dinosaurs when I was 5. And I was walking along the shore with my wife one night down Venice, California, this 1949, and we found the ruins of the old Venice Pier, all the bones and the skeleton, the tracks and the ties of the roller coaster lying there in the sea. And I turned to my wife and I said, I wonder what that dinosaur is doing lying here on the shore. She was very careful not to answer, and 3 nights later, and I heard something in the middle of the night. I sat up in bed, looked at all the fog out beyond the window, and way out in the Santa Monica Bay, I heard the braying, the calling, the oconing of the foghorn over and over and over again. And I said, yes, that's it. Next day, I got out of bed and wrote The Beast from 20,000 Fathoms, sent it to the Saturday Evening Post. It was published. John Huston read that one story, and that changed my life forever, because he thought he smelled the ghost of Melville in that story. What he smelled in it was the ghost of Shakespeare and the ghost of the Bible. And so he called me on the phone and offered me the job. And a year later, when I was working on the screenplay one night, I said, John, how did I get this job, you know? Everyone thought you were crazy. He said, well, I read that story about the dinosaur.
Dinosaurs, of course, are a major theme in Bradbury's work.
Yeah, and if you'd like to hear more about that, and if you'd like to hear the entire short story read to you...
Red, then white, then red again, to eye the lonely ships.
Check out this video. Yeah. There it is there in the chat. So yeah. By the sea, Delta Rain. Yeah, I didn't have a very good mic, so the sound's not great. But, yeah. I made sure to go out. I wanted to find an appropriate place to read this. So, yeah.
Let's go somewhere a little more thematically appropriate.
This is Baker Beach in San Francisco. Yeah. Anyway, you got the link. You can watch that if you're curious about it. But, yeah. Anyway, we might talk more about Godzilla once April rolls around. We already missed November. November 3rd was, shoot, it'll be November 3rd next year. I think will be the 70th anniversary. Yeah, of the release of the first Godzilla film in Japan. November 3rd, 1954. November 3rd, 2024. But, yeah, anyway, in April, it's when the first Godzilla film came out in the United States. April something, 1956. Maybe we'll do a Godzilla stream. I think it's like April 16th. But yeah. Anyway, I used to walk on Baker Beach a lot. It is a lovely place, Delta. Yeah, definitely. Welcome, Various Hens, Orchestran, and Ash Girl. But yeah, and I agree, Triceratops. Excellent books both. But yeah. And tactile, it wasn't peeling on the 3D printer. There was a little bit of gunk that had come off of the nozzle, but fortunately it came off in a place where it's not going to really obstruct anything. I don't think it's going to cause a crash. But yeah. Anyway, by the way, I'm printing a Stegosaurus skull right now. Yeah, skull of this lovely dinosaur. Pachycephalosaur, they've got really solid skulls. Dome-headed dinosaur like Pachycephalosaurus. This one's a lot smaller. Yeah, I actually have a Stegosaurus skull, but I'm not happy with the way it printed. So, and I printed that one years ago. I'm printing this one now, and yeah. This is just the dome that's printing today. We'll print the snout tomorrow, because it's going to take a lot longer for whatever reason. I guess there's a lot more detail. But yeah. All right, and Claire Berg, good luck with whatever you're doing. Appreciate you, Claire. Yeah. So yeah. Anywho, we have got some fossil news to discuss. So let's get into that, shall we? We're going to turn to our, friend of the broadcast, Kerry Woodruff. Friend of mine, anyway. I used to dig fossils with Kerry. Here he is with a Pachycephalosaurus skull. Kerry actually just finished his PhD not too long ago at the University of Toronto, the Royal Tyrrell Museum, under Dave Evans. And he published the paper about the respiratory infection and a sauropod dinosaur, the one that we talk about all the time. One with, yeah. This lovely figure right here. Kerry published this. This is his project. Anyway, you should totally follow him on Twitter. His handle is doublebeam, which is what the word diplodocus means. Translates to double beam. Yeah. And Very Sense, I'm glad you liked the dodo. Yeah. And Delta Rain says, the fact that some dinosaurs had such armored skulls makes me wonder if they had vulnerability to concussion that we do. Since the armor wouldn't necessarily protect against your concussion. That's not what it seems to be for, actually. Because with something like this is the skull of Pachycephalosaurus right here. Just like our Stegosaurus skull. That doesn't seem to have evolved as a helmet. It seems to have evolved for defense. Excuse me. No, not for defense. Sorry, scratch that. If Mayor of Space were here, he'd be all over this. For display. For display. A lot of dinosaurs had really crazy features that they evolved that don't seem to serve any real function at all. But we know that dinosaurs have very good eyesight, full color vision, just like modern birds, and like crocodiles too. And it seems like most of these features change a lot through ontogeny. So with Pachycephalosaurs, for instance, like with Pachycephalosaurus itself, that dome changes tremendously through ontogeny.
Ontogeny.
There we go. Yeah. So, we used to think that these were 3 different genera of dinosaurs, not just different species, different genera. Dracorex, Stygimoloch, and Pachycephalosaurus. These 3 dinosaurs are from the same part of the world, from the western U.S., Montana, Wyoming, South Dakota. And they're from the same time, at least roughly speaking. They're from the Hell Creek Formation of Montana and the Dakotas and the Lance Formation of Wyoming. So they seem to be largely overlapping in time. There's a little bit of wiggle room there, but these are critters that shared the same environment, basically. It's like, that's weird. We've got 3 different Pachycephalosaurs in the same environment. Well, we've got a lot of mammals today that are similar, that share the same environment, so why not? Or it doesn't seem like dinosaurs really did that. Instead, what we have here is an ontogenetic series. Turns out Dracorex is pretty young. In fact, actually, hang on a second. Let me let Jack Horner explain this, because he can do it probably better than I can. Jack Horner, shape-shifting dinosaurs. Here we go. Here's his TED Talk from a few years back. And here we go.
And they said, these are 3 different dinosaurs, and Dracorex is probably the most primitive of them, and the other one is more primitive than the other. It's unclear to me how they actually sorted these 3 of them out. But if you line them up, if you just take those 3 skulls and just line them up, they line up like this. Dracorex is the littlest one. Stygimoloch is the middle-sized one. Pachycephalosaurus is the largest one, and one would think, that should give me a clue. But it didn't give him a clue.
Thank you very much, Golden. Yeah.
Because, well, we know why. Scientists like to name things.
That's true. We do. We do.
We cut open Dracorex. I cut open our Dracorex. And look at it. It was spongy inside.
Thin section
really
sample?
Spongy inside. I mean, it is a juvenile, and it's growing really fast. So it is going to get bigger. If you cut open Stygimoloch, it is doing the same thing. The dome, that little dome is growing really fast. It's inflating very fast. What's interesting is the spike on the back of the Dracorex was growing very fast as well. The spikes on the back of the Stygimoloch are actually resorbing, which means they're getting smaller as that dome is getting bigger.
Interesting.
Pachycephalosaurus has a solid dome, and its little bumps on the back of ontogeny head were also resorbing.
That's ontogeny. There you go, Arjun. Yeah. Isn't that cool, Delta? Yeah.
You know, as a scientist, we can easily hypothesize that it is just a growth series of the same animal.
Yep.
Which, of course, means that Stygimoloch and Dracorex are extinct.
Or sunk. Sunk is the term that we use. Like when it turns out that a dinosaur isn't actually, you know, its own genus or species, when it's been invalidated, we say that it's been sunk. So, yeah, 2 dinosaurs sunk right there through ontogeny. There you go. There's a bunch of different dinosaurs. Holy cow, Delta. Here's a link to this video if you'd like to watch the whole thing later. Sometime when we get a really big raid, we'll probably watch this. Because this is really cool to introduce new people to. But at the very end, yeah, here we go.
When it comes down to our end Cretaceous,
you can do this for a lot of dinosaurs. Holy cow.
And that's a good number. I mean, that's a good number to go extinct, I think. Now, as you can imagine, this is not very popular with 4th graders. 4th graders love their dinosaurs. They memorize them.
Yep.
And they're not happy with this. Thank you very much.
Yeah, anyway. That's the problem with looking at dinosaurs as if they're Pokemon or something, you know? We're like, oh yeah, I know all of their names and I know all of their stats and I can line them all up and, you know, who's that Pokemon? With real living things, especially dinosaurs, you know, with real organisms, there's gray areas, there's misidentifications, there's, you know, we're dealing with real life stuff, so there's going to be squishiness, and there's going to be gradients, and there's going to be, you know, not everything is all cut and dry like it is in a, you know, packaged and bought and sold property like Pokemon or something, you know? There's far more nuance, and honestly, it's a lot more interesting and exciting, if you ask me. Yeah. Because we're always learning new things all the time. I'll show you what I think is an example of this. I know we've looked at this before. Does anybody remember this from childhood? Yeah. So they made several of these. There are a whole bunch of them, actually. There we go. Back in, like, the early 1990s through the mid-1990s, I think. dinosaur, insect, skeleton, rock and minerals, seashore, sorry. I was like, that's a little too specific. Seahorse? Seashore, ocean, volcano, desert, life, amphibian, reptile, fish, planets. Red Zed.
Here's
Red
to many
Zed.
more years with our favorite paleontologist.
Oh.
Also to more Spinosaurus updates.
I'm working on those. I'm working on those, Red Zed. I am. And holy cow, Lordy. Lordy is rating. Holy moly. Science Streams, how are you doing?
Lordy and their 14 raiders are about to get flattened by dinosaur content.
Lordy, thank you for the raid. How was your stream? It's a little early, maybe, isn't it? Oh, but thank you. Holy cow, Lordy, look.
Ontogeny.
33 amazing months.
Ontogeny indeed, Lordy.
If you're feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
Professor Anduza rules.
Always a good scapegoat. Thank you, Science Streams. Really appreciate that. 100 bits from Science Streams. 33 months from Lordy. Holy cow, that's almost a whole year, isn't it? Appreciate you, Lordy. Thank you, thank you. And thank you to Red Zed for the 12 months. That is incredible. Yeah. Lordy, how are you feeling? It started to feel not so good, so I ended a little early. I understand that, Lordy. I hope you and Ios are taking care of each other. I understand you're on the mend. Understand you're feeling a bit better enough to stream. You get some good rest, Lordy, and I will see you soon. I hope. Yeah. Thank you for raiding in. Appreciate you. And if anybody happens to be new, just joining us right now.
Dinosaurs are put together correctly. The bones. You're smart. What do you think?
Do a research on that, Oliver.
I never.
Poor John Oliver. Pipsqueak Squid, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. I was just going to say, if anybody is new here, let me introduce myself real quick. My name is Danny Anduza, and I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. Pipsqueak Squid, you're probably pretty clever. You probably know already that a paleontologist is a scientist who studies fossils. I work on dinosaur fossils in particular, as you could probably guess. Looking at my office here. And 5 days a week, every weekday, can you believe that? I stream fossil science right here on Twitch. Yeah, this is a brave new world where some scientists have to resort to live streaming to make a living. Here I am doing that and loving every minute of it. So it's great to have you here. Thank you, Pipsqueak Squid, for joining us, and everybody else who's new. Welcome, welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah. And, Relo Rolo, we've not announced the new dinosaur yet. We'll be getting to that in just a few minutes. You were right on time, Relo Rolo. Yeah. And you're a paleoanthropologist. Oh, very cool. That's really awesome. What kind of paleoanth stuff do you work on, if you don't mind my asking?
Really,
and thank you, Galara Dragon. Much appreciated. Look, we're at 3 out of 40 for our goal for the day. That's a start. Appreciate you, Galara Dragon. Thank you for your generosity. Enjoy not having to watch the ads there, Pipsqueak Squid. Welcome to the community. Yeah. And let me also ask you, Pipsqueak Squid, if you don't mind answering, how often, when you tell people that you're a paleoanthropologist, do they go, "Oh, cool! I love dinosaurs"? Does that happen a lot? Because I know sometimes when I tell people that I work on dinosaurs, they go, "Oh, you're an archaeologist. That's cool." Or, "Wow, I've never met an anthropologist before." I don't know what it is that we're doing wrong, but people have... The general public is not... I don't know. They're not... Correct terminology isn't out in force yet, you know? You get that a lot. That and bugs. They get you mixed up with an entomologist, really? Oh, man. Yeah. 7 Cards says, so you're like a dentist, right? Pfft, I wish I got paid as well as a dentist. 7 Cards. And what does paleo translate to? Like, ancient. Triceratops. Yeah. Paleo is ancient. They think he's an arthropod. There you go. Good Lego, no. Yeah. And everyone loves dinosaurs. Everybody does love dinosaurs. Well, just about everybody. We will actually look at some people later who not only claim to not love dinosaurs, they also claim to not believe in dinosaurs. So, content warning for that. We'll be getting to that in probably like an hour at this point, at the current rate that we're traveling at. Yeah. So you're a Twitch streamer, says Breathing Air? I don't know. I identify as a scientist first and foremost. Streaming's incidental to that, Breathing Air, but that is how I make my living, so yeah. Yeah. Galara Dragon. It's like that for a lot of fields. It's difficult oftentimes to find work as a scientist, you know? And it's getting worse. So yeah. You think it's because of Ross from Friends? No, I think Ross from Friends might be, as much as he was a terrible paleontologist on the show, I will admit the following. Ross from Friends may actually have been a blessing to those of us in the paleontological community. Because despite being a complete dog water paleontologist, they at least used the word paleontologist on the show. And so people who were fans of the show Friends, they at least know the word paleontologist, and they know that it has to do with fossils. And that's a positive development, you know? That's a good thing. I'll count my blessings where I find them, you know? And he was a bad boyfriend too. Loop Sloop. I never really watched the show, so yeah. Yeah. Anyway. And Bones did that for anthropology. Oh, right, with, Emily Deschanel, right? Yeah, yeah. I know that name because we used to play this game in the field every year where, like, when we'd be out doing field work, we'd play a game every year where, like, we would try and come up with, you know, if they were to make a movie about this field season, a Hollywood movie, who would be the actor that would play you in the movie? And we try to come up with names and stuff, and yeah, it was like we'd have to come to a general consensus about what the casting would be. So it was like a season-long game. And one year, the actor we came up with for my girlfriend at the time was Emily Deschanel. And from Bones. I didn't know who that was, but that's how I know who that is. So yeah. 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 So it was based on a real person. Interesting, Triceratops. Interesting. Did not know that. Yeah. And Breathing Air, what is that video there? Oh, no, we're not gonna watch that, Breathing Air. Oh, goodness. We're gonna talk about something even more sad than that, if you can believe it, Breathing Air. But we're not doing that yet. First off, I was going off on a tangent about these. We were talking about how much dinosaur science has changed in the past 30, 40 years. Or however long it's been since these movies came out. These documentaries, the Eyewitness. Whoop. Nope. But the one I think that has probably seen... the one that's become the most out of date is almost certainly the dinosaurs one. And we've watched that on stream before. Because dinosaur science has just absolutely progressed by huge leaps and bounds over the past 30 years. It's really extraordinary. One of these days, we'll watch that again, and I'll kind of walk you through it, because I think that was from, what, 1994 or something like that? Dorling Kindersley, Eyewitness, Dinosaur. I think it was 1994. Here, let's see. On IMDb. On the old IMDb. Season 1, Episode 4. Holy cow. It premiered on my birthday. In 1994. Wow. Pretty cool. I guess it premiered on TV? Episode aired September 26, 1994. Wow. Of course, it'd be another 20 years until I was born, you know? Because, like all Twitch streamers, I am, of course, 21 and single to boot, you know? That's how you stay relevant on this platform. Anyway, 1994, wow, that's 40 years before I was born, my goodness. Anyway, yeah. Yeah. But yeah, 1994 until today, it's like 29 years almost? 28 and a half years? Almost everything in that is wrong now. Or at least, like, it'll probably take us 3 days to go through that episode that's, what, like 40 minutes long or something? Because we'll have to stop and talk about every single point that's made because so many of these things have changed since then. And I don't know if that's true for any of the rest of these. You know, whether we're talking about deserts or volcanoes or rocks and minerals or reptiles or amphibians, you know? Like, out of all the rest of these, I'm sure some of them have changed drastically. Like, I don't know, life. Well, life always changes. But, you know, planets have changed a bit, you know? We no longer have 9, we have 8. But that's not actually the planet changing, that's... Anyway. The dinosaur one is like... Yeah. For instance, in 1994, when they made that, there were probably about 50 or 60 full-time dinosaur paleontologists in the world. There's probably about 200 or 300 now. We've got a lot of dinosaur paleontology. Dinosaur paleontology has exploded since then. And I'm actually working on like a... You could call it a meta-study or something like that. Or actually a series of different papers about it. I'm working on some scientific papers for publication about the history of dinosaur paleontology and trying to actually get some hard numbers on some of these things. So, yeah. Anywho. And Delta says, yes, same. Delta, you're also 21 and single? See, Delta streams on Twitch, too. And that's, you know, that's a requirement for streaming on Twitch. You have to be 21 and single. Real says, dude, your beard is... I appreciate that, Real thanks. I don't really have to do much. It just kind of grows out of my face. So I can't really claim this as an accomplishment. It's just kind of there, you know? It's like somebody saying, whoa, I love your number of eyes that you have. 2? It's a good number. More than 1, it's fewer than 3. You know, it's also one of the few even numbers that's prime. It's a good number of eyes to have. It's like, thank you, but I don't know. It's just, I can't consider it an accomplishment, you know? And 7 cards. I don't know if they talk much about Brontosaurus in that, but we'll have to see. Yeah. And Jody Fish, Volcanoes and Planets. There you go. Yeah. And I have seen Fantasia's Rite of Spring segment. We will probably watch that on stream at some point too, as SD Fungi, on the anniversary of whenever that came out. So yeah. And I appreciate you, Dinosaur Dave. You take care, okay? Yeah. And you stream, so you're 21 too. There you go, Tactile. There you go. You know where I got the whole, like, oh, wrong button. Sorry. The whole 21 and single thing. I got that from Freckled Science, and you should totally follow her if you're not yet doing so. She's a chemist. I think she's a PhD candidate now. She streams chemistry here on Twitch. And Amanda, she's a real hoot. You should definitely follow her. You'll probably learn some stuff, and you'll just have a good time hanging out with Amanda. She's awesome. So yeah, I know your Poggers and your Keku. Am I in the young club as well? You're probably younger than I am, Zalak. I don't know. What does KEKW actually mean? I don't actually know what that means. I've heard people say it out loud. But yeah. Anyway. Let's get to that new sauropod here. It's time to actually talk about our newly described dinosaur, so new that it, strictly speaking, has not actually been published yet. I think we're going to be talking about a journal preprint. But, yeah, anywho. Let's talk about this new fossil. Let's cover some fossil news. Well, welcome everybody to Fossil News here. We're going to talk about a brand new sauropod dinosaur. So new, it's not actually been officially announced. But you know, here we go. And Helix Fossil, no, we're talking about an Argentine sauropod dinosaur. Kerry Woodruff was talking about this, and if he's tweeting about it, then it's probably safe to talk about. I know that... I don't know. Sometimes I hear about these things before they actually go public, and I try and keep them under my hat. But if Kerry is tweeting about it, Kerry himself being a sauropod expert, Dr. Kerry Woodruff, he just graduated his PhD a little while ago. You should totally follow him. Anyway. He says, let's start the week by welcoming a new sauropod. Here's Chukarosaurus Diripienda by Agnolin et al. Chukarosaurus is a giant titanosaur from the Upper Cretaceous of northwest Patagonia in Argentina, I presume. Known mostly from hind limb and forelimb material plus ischium, with a 1.9 meter femur. It was coeval with other giant sauropods. And the paper. And holy cow, Kerry's got 3,000 plus followers now? Good for him. Anyway, here's a link to this tweet. And from that tweet, you can get to the paper. Let's take a look at that. This is in the Journal of Cretaceous Research, which, although I have been an author on papers in Cretaceous Research, I didn't choose to submit there because it's not an open access. It's paywalled. And this is a journal pre-proof, which I guess... What? It's not been peer-reviewed yet, which I guess is why... Maybe this was translated from Spanish? But anyway, yeah. Presumably that'll be fixed when it goes through peer review. I've known about this for a while now, and I haven't said anything about it because I didn't know if it was safe to share it. But Kerry shared it, so it's probably good. Yeah. A brand new sauropod dinosaur, Chukarosaurus Diripienda. What's a titanosaur, Pimp Cat? I will tell you about that in just a minute. You keep an eye on the 3D printer for now. I gotta check on something real quick. I will be back in 1.113 shakes of a little lamb's tail. And then I'll tell you what a titanosaur is. Hang on just a second. Alright, 1.113. Good. Yeah. A titanosaur is a kind of sauropod. And I love how this group, this particular clade within Sauropoda has really taken on a life of its own. So titanosaurs are a kind of sauropod. Sauropods are the long-necked, plant-eating, four-legged, long-tailed, bulky, land-dwelling sauropod dinosaurs. Well, titanosaurs are a particular group of sauropods, I mean. All those traits that I mentioned, those are sauropod traits. Titanosaurs are a group of sauropods, and they're the last of the big sauropods. They're the last of these dinosaurs. They survive until the very end of the age of dinosaurs. They actually get wiped out by the asteroid with the very last of the dinosaurs. Except for birds. So yeah, there is a... Here's one from the Times of London, perhaps? Behold the Titanosaur. Dinosaur will be museum's biggest ever attraction. Here, I'll show you a quick video of a Titanosaur. Now, when I say Titanosaur, that term Titanosaur refers to a whole family of sauropod dinosaurs. So, Titanosaur is not a specific... That's not a particular species or genus. It's a whole family of sauropod dinosaurs. And I feel like we just watched this the other day, but... Well, here's... Oh, no, never mind. Here we go.
A new dinosaur is coming to the halls of the American Museum of Natural History.
I realized we just watched this the other day, but...
Is a really huge animal.
And Titanosaur, Titanosaur, tomato, potato, you know? I've always said Titanosaur. Some people say Titanosaur. Yeah, tomato, potato, like I said.
This Titanosaur is a really huge animal. It's over 120 feet long. It lived in what's now present-day Argentina about 100 million years ago.
Yep. That guy looks like Val Kilmer? Wait, Pimp Cat, you think Mark Norell looks like Val Kilmer? Really? So Mark Norell, I think, is the curator of paleontology at the AMNH. Yeah, Macaulay curator, division of paleontology. There you go. Yeah. I don't exactly see it, Pimp Cat, but I'm sure Mark Norell would be flattered.
A really huge animal.
Yeah.
It's over 120 feet.
I've got a whole story about Mark Norell, which I told a week or two ago. I'm not going to repeat it now, but anyway, I've got a funny story about Mark Norell when I met him in 2013.
Long. It lived in what's now present-day Argentina about 100 million years ago. The last 20 years have really been the new golden age of dinosaur discovery.
Oh, no.
New kinds of animals have been found all over the world, in Africa and Asia and Patagonia, and this is just one of the latest ones.
I agree, Triceratops.
A couple of years ago, one of my...
Hang on, there's Diego Pol right there. He's going to get mentioned in a moment. Here is him compared to the femur. That's just the thigh bone of this dinosaur. Look how big that is. You know, compare the thigh bone of this dinosaur to one of the paleontologists who helped dig up this dinosaur.
Dinosaurs always ate their vegetables.
And Evil Shock, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Thank you for joining us. Yeah.
This is just one of the latest ones. A couple of years ago, one of my ex-graduate students, Diego Pol.
And wait, Diego Pol was... I didn't know he... we've watched this before, and it didn't register with me that that Diego Pol was a graduate student of... or an ex-graduate student? What is that? He says ex-graduate student like they had a breakup. Maybe the program didn't work out. I don't know. Usually you say former graduate student.
Sent me an email saying
whatever, yeah.
Farmers near Galeo in Patagonia had found an amazing dinosaur.
He's ungraduated.
One of the largest land animals ever to live.
No, Diego Pole's
In the next
he's a
couple of years,
PhD.
they extracted
Like
the
he's got a
specimen
PhD now.
from rocks at the ranch.
Yeah.
We went down to Argentina and we 3D scanned all the bones in the field and in the
Very
lab.
cool.
We had the
That's
whole
so neat. Look at that femur. Look at the size of that.
4 weeks.
That's nuts.
We took the data and then we carved the bones out of slabs of foam with our 5-axis milling machine. We
Very
molded all the
cool.
elements once they're carved up, and then we have a complete copy of the skeleton. And from there,
Really
we cast
cool.
all the elements out of fiberglass.
Yeah.
The cast gets mounted.
Former child, says Chappie Jenkins. Had their child card revoked. Yeah.
When you're trying to determine the mass, the weight of an animal this big, it's pretty tough. A good example of that is if you pick up a puppy, it's pretty heavy compared to picking up a bird.
3D printers making noise.
The same size. That's because their bones are constructed very differently. The bones of this titanosaur were, while not hollow, they were what we call cancellous. So they had lots of little tiny air pockets all through them, like a piece of styrofoam. So the bones themselves would be very, very, very light. That's the only way an animal like this could get so big. We chose to display this animal now because it represents one of
Hey,
the
Claire, you're back.
big dinosaurs
Welcome.
that's been found anywhere in the world. We have some tremendous things here. We have the blue whale, we have the Tyrannosaurus rex.
And Dread Pirate Robert makes a really good point. Dread Pirate Robert wants to know, how do we know that all these paleontologists are normal-sized people? That's a really good question, Dread Pirate Robert. I mean, famously, I am only 3'1". You know, I'm not the tallest person in the world. I'm less than 1 meter tall. So yeah, you know, just like any time that you see a fossil in the field, you see a photo of a fossil in the field and it doesn't have a proper scale bar next to it, you got to ask yourself, you know, how big is that fossil really? You know. So yeah.
Ontogeny.
2 feet tall when sitting. Exactly, says Steve Fungi. Yeah. Yeah, you know. Have we done ontogeny on Danny? Oh, you mean have we histology? You mean, Runelore? Have we taken any of my limb bones and sawed them open to create a thin section to look at my growth rings? I don't think so, Runelore. Yeah, you wouldn't have to, Runelore, because I'm 21 and single. You know, just like I was last year, and the year, but like every Twitch streamer is. You know. Yeah. And now you have to go. All right, Claire Burr. I'll see you later, I hope. Good luck, Claire. Yeah. Anyway, let's continue.
Now, because it represents one of the newest big dinosaurs that's been found anywhere in the world.
In fact, they made this video 7 years ago. Holy cow, this is before this critter even had a name. Now we call it Patagotitan. But yeah, they went really big with the media on this critter. So they were talking about it even before it had been published in the scientific literature and had an official name. Now it's Patagotitan. So they just call it Titanosaur here.
Tremendous things here. We have the blue whale,
Titanosaur.
we have the Tyrannosaurus rex, we have the Barosaurus, and now we're going to have the Titanosaur.
Very cool. Look at that. It's so big it doesn't even fit in one room. I kind of love that. I kind of do. And I got to see an example of one of these guys. I think it's the same specimen, actually. There we go. At the Field Museum in Chicago. Which doesn't have music there. But yeah, I did a live stream from here this past July. That was a ton of fun. One of my favorite live streams I've done in a long time was from the Field Museum. And part of it, I walked underneath the Titanosaur there. And, yeah. Take a look at that. One of the largest creatures that has ever walked the earth. Pretty extraordinary. Yeah. Very, very cool. So that's a Titanosaur. Yeah. And the Felid Museum is neat. I agree, Pimp Cat. They've got all kinds of cats. The Felid Museum. Many members of Felidae. You know? Yeah. Let's look at all of them real quick actually. Yeah. All those Felids at the Felid Museum. Yeah. Holy cow, 40 species. Felidae. Yeah. Anywho. How small did I feel next to the Titanosaur? Give them Nell? Even smaller than usual, because again, I'm only 2'8", as we just established a few minutes ago, right? I felt even smaller than I am. Anyway, let's talk about Titanosaurs here. Here is our new paper with our new Titanosaur, a new gigant Titanosaur from the Upper Cretaceous of northwestern Patagonia, Argentina. In fact, I believe we even have a Wikipedia article about this critter. It's not even been officially published yet, and yet we already have a Wikipedia article, which I think the paper might still be paywalled, even as a we'll have to check. But here's how much we have of that. Not very much of this animal. Not very much. But enough to tell what kind of dinosaur it is, because of course sauropods have very distinctive limbs like that. Nobody else has got limbs that look like this as dinosaurs, or any other kinds of critters for that matter. But yeah. Let's see. Where is that? View PDF? Nope. And I don't have $25 to spend on that. I'm not made of $25 bills. Yeah. So let's look at the Wikipedia article. I love that even before this is officially published. Yeah. It's from the Huincul Formation, from Plaza Huincul, I think, or near there. Yeah.
Really spectacular, spared no expense.
And thank you, Give Them Nell.
Gifted a tier 1 sub to Upstairs Down.
Appreciate that, Nell. Thank you. Thank you for that, Nell. Really appreciate it. Yeah. And Upstairs Down, yes, I'm origami. Yeah. And could I email the author and just ask for a copy? I could, Wondergoon. In fact, when this comes out, I probably will, actually. That's one of my kind of New Year's resolutions, is, as long as I'm not in the field, you know, emailing authors and trying to get actual copies of all of these new papers when they come out. So yeah. The name Chukarosaurus means indomitable reptile. Wow. Stalwart. Derpienda, not Derpienda, Diripienda. Chukarosaurus diripienda. From various limb bones, and an ischium too, I think. Yeah. In 2023, Agnoline et al. Described Chukarosaurus diripienda, a new genus and species of Colossosaurian titanosaurs. I'm not familiar with that term. Holy cow, we've got new terms for titanosaurs here. We've got new, like, subfamilies? Colossosauria? Who is that? There's that same titanosaur I just showed you at the Field Museum. Great photo. Oh my goodness. Colossosauria is a clade of titanosaur sauropods. You know, that's a very nice name right there, Colossosauria. From the early Cretaceous through the late Cretaceous of South America. It is the most inclusive clade containing Mendozasaurus, but not Saltosaurus or Epacthosaurus. The clade contains different taxa depending on the phylogenetic analysis used. I guess that's why I've not heard this term all that often, is because it's a little bit loosey-goosey. Yeah. Yeah. And upstairs down, that's interesting that you say that. Upstairs down says, the way that scientists can reconstruct entire animals from a handful of bones is amazing. First of all, thank you, upstairs down. But between you and me, you know, I'll let you in on a little secret. It's not actually that amazing. Or that complicated, you know? It's really not. I'll tell you why. When we look at a new dinosaur, like for instance this Chukarosaurus, right here, we only have a handful of bones from it, sure. But those bones are very distinctive. And just from those bones alone, we can tell that this belongs to the group Titanosauria. This is a titanosaur sauropod. Who cares? What does that mean? Well, since we know that evolution works, we know that creatures evolve and change over time, and then they split into new species, and those species continue to evolve. There's a concept that we have called homology. Homology is like the similarity of parts in creatures that are related to each other. So we know that if it's got titanosaur parts, it's going to be a titanosaur. And so it's going to be broadly titanosaur shaped. So titanosaurs, we know, had long necks. They had 4 rather stocky limbs to support their weight. Some of them had dermal armor, kind of like you see here. Saltosaurus might be the classic example of that. But we generally know the body plan of this group of animals, you know? They all evolved from a common ancestor, and so they're going to have... They're kind of working with the same body plan. Some of them might evolve weird and crazy stuff, but for the most part, it seems like most titanosaurs are fairly conservative in their anatomy, and so they don't really do anything too crazy, you know? So yeah, does that make sense? We need an ontogeny sound, but for homology, I don't actually know where I could find some sound clips for that on Origin TT. And I might talk about this another time, but it seems like when we search homology on YouTube, like the 4th video down is a weird propaganda video, like claiming that the idea of homology is incorrect because, yeah, anyway, apparently this video editor was hired by the Discovery Institute, which is like an anti-science creationist think tank, to argue that homology is not actually a thing. Anyway, crazy stuff. I'm glad it only has 65,000 views. But even that is far too many. Anyway, I've been thinking it might be... At some point, it might be worth my time to create kind of like a rebuttal video to that or something. Maybe a tink-tonk or whatever. We'll have to see. But, yeah. Mommy Does says, arg. Well, shoot, if that gets you worked up, then, brace yourself, Mommy Does, because we're going to be looking at some even more aggravating stuff later. But yeah, let's see if this is any good.
Of homologous structures is vital to our understanding of evolutionary biology.
Okay.
Let's break down the word homologous as it will help us to understand the meaning of the word.
Yeah.
The prefix homo comes from the Latin word meaning same, and the
Yep.
suffix logi also has Latin roots and means to study.
I like how this guy's like reaching for the elephant's trunk right here. He's like, "Give me that." Yeah.
The word homologous structures refers to the study of anatomical structures that are similar between different organisms. Although they are similar structurally, they tend to have different functions.
And this is basically like a PowerPoint presentation. Oh boy, yeah, you know, it's good, but anyway. And I think we watched the Professor Dave video, Rune Lore. I think we watched that live on stream, didn't we? Yeah. And Mommy Dust says, so does Gut Sick Gibbon and Dr. Dan Stern Cardinelli. I don't know who those people are. Mommy Does. Have you got a link? Are these videos about homology, you mean, Mommy Does? Yeah. And Upstairs Down says, it's very frustrating. I follow several historians and archaeologists who are constantly having to debunk nonsense. The Upstairs Down, I think this kind of speaks to a larger problem in our culture. Where, you know, in our modern world, profit is the overriding motive behind everything. Not truth, not human well-being, not, you know, beauty or science or justice or any of these things. Profit above all else. And sometimes nonsense can be very, very profitable. And shoot, you see this with television. With like ancient aliens or ghost Bigfoot truckers or whatever. Just like TV networks will throw out any kind of nonsense because they know that that will attract eyes. And, you know, that'll have eyeballs on the advertisements that play, you know, during the commercial breaks. These people have no shame, you know? It's all about profit. And when you live in a society like that, when nonsense, you know, it's much easier to just make up dog water nonsense and just tell people lies if those lies are entertaining, you know? Like, oh yeah, the ocean is full of mermaids. And you know, why does it seem that, you know, your hometown gets warmer and warmer every summer? It's not stopping. Leprechauns, you know, vampires, Bigfoots. It's much easier, it's lower effort, I should say, to just make up nonsense. And when you're just trying to churn out content all the time, it's a lot easier to just churn out nonsense because it's low effort than it is to actually make sure that things are well researched. Or even have a modicum of truth in them, you know? So yeah, I don't know. And we're starting to see those chickens come home to roost in ways that I'll show you later, too. But anyway, yeah. And Zalek, exactly. TV is in the business of selling ads, as are social media. Social media are the same way. Selling advertisements. Yeah. Tommy Platicus says this is a safe space. I appreciate you saying so, Tommy Platicus. I don't know. I think about that sometimes. Sometimes I think about what it would be like if I decided to actually, you know... Sometimes when I think about how difficult it would be to someday, like, buy a house or something like that, as a person my age, you know, I'll probably never be a property owner. Let's be honest. The world's moved on, you know? People like me will be renting forever. But shoot. if I didn't have my, you know, the heart that I have, that tells me, like, you know, be good, tell people the truth, make the world a better place. If all I cared about was making money, holy cow, I would have gone creationist so fast, and I would be swimming in cash. You know, I'd be a fellow at the Discovery Institute, and I'd be making six figures like that. You know? But then I would have sold my soul. You know? Yeah. Anyway. He needs a house at 21. Good point, Tommy Ploticus. There you go. This portrait of evil Danny. I know, right, Delta Rain? Holy cow. Here. Oh, boy. Yeah. Yeah. Here's a link to this.
You could hire a dinosaur to put a swimming pool in your backyard. All you'd have to do is show up for 5 minutes, whop, instant swimming pool.
Subsonic Flight, thank you for the 13 months of support. Really appreciate that. Whoop, wrong button. Anyway, we're not going to go into detail about this, but if any of you know about Kent Hovind, holy cow. Yeah. And, Nafron, thank you. I am. You know me, Nafron. Thank you for the 1,000 bits. Holy cow, Nafron. Thank you, thank you. Holy moly. And Svencha, thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. Welcome to Paleontologizing. So, yeah. Palate cleanser? No, Golganek, this is worse. This is not a palate cleanser. Oh, boy. But anyway, if any of you know the name Kent Hovind, well, oh, boy. I'm not going to go into detail about this. But, yeah. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. It's coming soon, paleo monetizing. Oh, no. No, Maxim Darnage. Anyway. There are a lot of grifters out there. And, I don't know. I know I'll never be rich as a scientist. Especially not as a dinosaur paleontologist. But you know what? I rest easy at night knowing that I'm a zillion times happier than anybody who's trying to sell snake oil or anything like that. But I might still have to take cover. It looks like we may have an overload here with our Tinemu. Spartan. Uh-oh. Shoot, take cover!
So Spartan Zero is overloading the system with 10 gift subs.
Holy cow! Spartan, thank you for that support. I really, really appreciate it. Holy cow. Spartan, there are now 10 people who will not have to watch the ads for the next 30 days. How many streams is that? It's probably like 25 streams. Thank you, Spartan, for your support there and your generosity. Really appreciate your financial support. That means a lot. And thank you, Tommy Ploticus, for that gift sub there, too. Fantastic. Yeah. TDS, Tinemu Defense System. There you go, Snowfall. I think it may have just been mobilized. You'll be rich in the things that matter to any. I am, Nell. I am. That's the thing. Is that I know that I am happier on a minute-by-minute, day-to-day basis than, you know, than any of these grifters or people like that, you know? That sound. Tuwali's got good ears. Earth Tuwali, thank you for the follow.
Like much, 500 bits goes a long way towards supporting science. Our tweet here on Twitch.
Delta Rain, holy cow. Thank you for the 500 bits, Delta. Thank you, my goodness. That is extraordinary, and I appreciate you, Delta. I don't know about ghost Bigfoot truckers, you know? But I appreciate your support, Delta Rain. Oh no. Yeah.
Cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
And thank you, Mikey Likes, for the 100 bits.
It's got nothing to do with oil. I'm a paleontologist.
And Franken Hot Dog, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Great to have you here. Mikey Likes says, long day. I'm glad you're here now, Mikey Likes. Hope you can relax. I hope you're ready to learn about some new dinosaurs. Yeah. But yeah. Rich in dinosaur knowledge, not a bad way to be rich. That's the thing, Triceratops. At the end of the day, here's the thing. I get to pursue my passion. The stuff that I am most interested in on a daily basis. And I get to stream it here on Twitch. You know? I get to talk to everybody about what fascinates me most. And then I get to make money doing that. It's not, I'm not making a fortune here, you know? I make enough to live on if I'm frugal. And I get to make my own schedule. I get to be my own boss. I get to make my own creative decisions. You know, nobody tells me what to do. That's pretty extraordinary. And how many people in the world actually have that situation? I am incredibly lucky. And it is thanks to all of you wonderful people. I am eternally grateful. I want you to know that. I mean that with the utmost genuineness. I apologize if this seems sappy right now, but I want you to know how thankful I am. I get to go out and dig up dinosaurs during the summer, and then I get to talk about that and about other people's work on dinosaurs for the rest of the year to a bunch of people here on Twitch and earn my living that way? That's extraordinary. And yeah, I eat a lot of ramen and a lot of beans and rice. It's not like I'm eating filet mignon lobsters every night or anything. Oh boy, am I not. And it's not just because I don't eat meat. But this is worth all the Kobe beef lobsters in the world, you know? More valuable than all that. So yeah.
If you're feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
And thank you.
How much you have done already being 21 and single.
Oh, thank you, Gita Aloha. And thank you for those 100 bits. I really appreciate that. Extraordinary. Yeah. Appreciate that. 21 is... Everybody knows that's a joke, right? I got that from Freckled Science, from Amanda. Go follow her if you've not yet done so. Again. And Moo Hoodles is back. How are you doing, Moo Hoodles? Welcome, welcome. What's shaking with you? I hope all is well. Moo Hoodles says, proud of you, Danny. You're doing such a wonderful job. I feel like the luckiest guy in the world, you know? Yeah. Yeah. And Upstairs Down says, I generally eat whatever is in date in the fridge or cupboards, including the cups and the plates. Upstairs Down? I don't know about that. Yeah. Thank you, Upstairs Down, for the 110 bits. Appreciate that very much. Holy cow. Thank you, thank you. Yeah. We're all 21 and single. Everybody on Twitch is, you know? That's how it works, not them, right?
Thank you very much to the 100.
And thank you for those 100 bits, Nell.
Man I know, sharing his passion and excitement with the rest of us less than 3.
Nell, you... My goodness. That is, I appreciate you, Nell. Thank you for the 100 bits and for the kind words. Thank you for those 200 bits there, Golganek. Extraordinary. Appreciate you, Golganek. Everything you do. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, wonderful. And did I miss... I don't think I did. Yeah. Anyway, I want to make sure I cover and thank everybody. Yeah. And there you go, Galara Dragon. Yeah. And OGX Fluff, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. And you like your life? That's what it's about, Upstairs Down, you know? Enjoying your life, making sure that you're contributing to the world in a positive way. Helping other people out, you know? Making sure that you're a positive force in the world it's a big deal, you know? Maybe not just in the world, maybe in the whole solar system or the universe, such as in the case of the Mayor of Space. Don't forget to thank the Academy. Yes, I'd like to thank the Academy. I'd like to thank my producers. I'd like to thank the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology. Yeah. Anyway. Live the world a little bit better than you found it. There you go, Upstairs then. Or at least... I don't know. If there's a general downward trend, at least you've contributed a little bit in an upwards direction. That's how I try and think about it, you know? Yeah. Yeah. Looks like you're winning in that regard, Danny. I definitely am. And thank you, everybody, for all of your support here. Again, let me show you why I think this is important. Here, we got to pull up our bird website. Yeah, our bird site opener. Where did that go? I just had that right here. Did it move again? I need to make a button for this on the Stream Deck, because it is... Where's our social media opener? There we go. Anyway, brace yourselves, everybody. We're going to dive into something on Twitter. I promise you we will maintain as much as we can of our attitude of optimism and positivity and, you know, fighting for what's right. But we're going to look at something pretty gnarly here. All right. You ready, everybody? So I saw this today, and I don't know. Rather than, you don't know whether to laugh or cry at something like this, but I try and take it as a reminder of why I do what I do. Yeah. And no, Mommy Does, this is, believe it or not, even worse than Kent Hovind. This guy apparently is some kind of, like, QAnon influencer guy. You know, just a grifter, a snake oil salesman. I kind of doubt that he actually believes the stuff that he says, because... And part of that might be, like, a self-preservation mechanism in myself, that to consider that somebody might actually believe these things at all... I don't know. Is it worse to be stupid, or is it worse to be... completely nuts like that? I don't know. Yeah. Anyway, this has been getting a ton of traction here on Twitter. At least in terms of stuff like this. And the ironic thing is, speaking of Kent Hovind and creationists, that's actually, I think I recognize this model here. I saw this earlier, I'm not 100% sure. But let's check on that. I'm pretty sure that is the Ceratosaurus model at the Creation Museum. Let's look. Oh yeah, I was not wrong. That's 100% it. Yeah, really, really just goofy, bad-looking Ceratosaurus. Would it... I don't know if anybody's shocked that the Creation Museum has bad dinosaur sculpts. Like, really, really bad. Just complete dog water. Gah. But that's it right there. Yeah. So it's pretty funny that, you know, at the Creation Museum in Kentucky, they have a Triceratops, a really awful Triceratops with a saddle on it that you can ride. You can do like a photo op on. Because they believed that dinosaurs lived only a few thousand years ago, along with Adam and Eve and all of their children's children. Anyway, it's like, I don't know. Yeah. Anyway, shoot, where was that? There it is. But these people have decided to go a step further. They're not going full creationist. They're going, no, they don't think dinosaurs existed, or at least that's what they're claiming to believe. And I don't know, with stuff like this, it's like, I'm really hesitant to take any of this stuff for granted. It's like, yeah, anyway. Yeah, he's saying exit through the gift shop, folks. There you go, Pipcat, yeah. And your family-friendly word filter is struggling with this one. Me too, Lenina. That's why I say dog water, because dog something would not be appropriate. So, there you go. Anyway, I think every once in a while, when something like this pops up and becomes prominent, you know, call me a masochist, which I'm really not. I think it's important to look at this stuff every once in a while as a reminder of why I do what I do. You know? So, for instance, oh boy, I don't know. Yeah. I talk all the time about how I think it's really important for more scientists to actually get out there and talk to regular people. I think there's far too much of a divide between the scientific community and the general public. Again, it's like the vast majority of average Americans... Oh, average Americans. Who's an average American? The vast majority of Americans cannot name a single living scientist. And, there we go. Hopefully everybody watching could name me, because I am both 21, and single. Not really. Well, whatever. Call back. Survey. Most Americans cannot name a single living scientist, or just living scientist. Why did I throw the word single in there? I guess I'm just reaching for that callback. Or a research institution. Oh, boy. Yeah. Here's a link to that. So you know I'm not making this up. Yeah. Most Americans cannot name a living scientist. Can you name a living scientist? 72% said no. Oh, boy. Yeah. And then, of the 27% who said they could name a living scientist, over a third of them named Anthony Fauci, which Tony Fauci, yeah, I guess he's an epidemiologist. Maybe not a sterling example. I'm sure he did the best he could, but holy cow, America's response to the coronavirus pandemic has just been... and so many people die from it, so I don't know. I consider that a major L. I don't know. Anyway, most Americans cannot name a single living scientist or research institution. There's a huge divide between the general public and between science. I feel like it didn't always used to be this way. And there's a wonderful book that kind of deals with some of these themes. One of these days, I'm going to finally find the time to make a website and then have a page on the website about, you know, books that I'd recommend for people. But I would highly recommend this book right here. It feels a little bit out of date at this point because it always seems like history is accelerating. And Fury Lane, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's called The War on Science by Sean Otto. Who's waging it, why it matters, what we can do about it. And in this book, Sean Otto describes a situation where in the early part of the 20th century, scientists were some of the best known people in the United States. They were like celebrities, you know? Always in the newspapers, new discoveries were heralded on the front page of newspapers across the country. You've probably seen this, for instance, to bring it back to dinosaurs. There we go. Most colossal animal ever on Earth just found out west. This is, I think, well, no, not on the front page. That says 29 right there. Anyway, these things used to be featured in newspapers all the time. This is like a part of mass media. And yes, there is sensationalism here. There's a lot about this that's incorrect, but the idea of scientific discovery was new and fascinating and entertaining to people. You know? It was fun, you know? Yeah, there you go, Grit and Glitter. Yeah. Nowadays, the majority of Americans cannot name a single living scientist. You know? There was apparently a time when Edwin Hubble, you know, for whom the Hubble telescope is named, he was one of the most famous people on the planet. And shoot, I'm going to expose some of my own ignorance here. This is outside of my field. I'm not an astronomer. I think Edwin Hubble may have been involved with the discovery of Uranus, the planet Uranus? Or maybe it was Pluto, I don't remember. But anyway, he was like a huge celebrity because of that. Oppenheimer, there you go, Risa Dego, yeah. But something changed. Scientists are no longer celebrities, and in his book, The War on Science, Sean Otto points to a particular thing that happened in, if I recall correctly, 1958? Let's see here. There we go. Herp. Everything changed with Sputnik. Oh, boy. $1957. Yeah. Yep. This is a huge, huge triumph for the Soviet Union. And this scared the pants off of the United States government at the time, where it's like, holy cow, the Russians have beat us into space. This tiny little, well, it's a huge country, but this economically tiny country, or once, the Soviet Union was like the poorest country in Europe at the time of its birth in like the 1920s, right? Incredibly poor country. And then by 1957, they have beaten us into space, beaten the United States into launching a satellite into Earth orbit. This was mind-blowing and terrifying to, like, national security experts at the time. And what do you think that engendered afterward? You know?
The USA broadly publicized its program.
Yeah.
But all America hails the accomplishment. On New Moon, let's hope for the millennium, not Armageddon.
Yeah, anyway, but a lot of people were saying it was probably for Armageddon. And from his book, The War on Science, Sean Lawrence Otto, he says, Sputnik shocked Americans in ways that even the 1949 Soviet nuclear test had not. For the first time, the commies were not just catching up, they were ahead. The fear was that North America stood at risk from being overrun by an authoritarian society, in their eyes. The little orb focused this amorphous fear and placed the entire continent in danger, at least psychologically. In the United States, since the 1949 Soviet nuclear test, debates had been swirling about the need to invest more in education, particularly in science. Science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, today often referred to as STEM, because of their critical importance to national defense. But until Sputnik, these discussions had foundered on the shoals of congressional indifference. Now those debates came into sharp focus. As historian Joanne Brown put it, the struggle for federal aid may have been won in the sky, but it was fought in the basements, classrooms, and auditoriums as educators adapted schools to the national security threat of atomic warfare and claimed a proportionate federal reward for their trouble. Within 1 year, the National Defense Education Act of 1958 was passed, with the goals of improving education and defense-related subjects at all grade levels and bolstering Americans' ability to pursue higher education. The National Science Foundation's budget, which had been quite low, jumped dramatically in 1957 and continued to grow. Science would become a major issue on the presidential campaign trail in 1960. If Americans didn't commit to science and technology, it was argued they might lose the Cold War. Science was seen as an issue of national importance at the time, and while this certainly did wonders for science education of, like, regular people at the time, you know, school children, high schoolers, college students, it also saw a massive spike, a huge increase in the funding for scientists at the time. Science funding shot through the roof at the end of the 1950s and into the 1960s and into the 70s too. And while that seems like a really good thing, it actually had unintended consequences as well. If you read this book, you'll find out about it, but basically, when more scientists had more funding from the government, they no longer had to go out and ask the public for money. Whereas before, science had been something that, there was a huge push to, like, educate regular people about science. As society continued to change, and as these new easy sources of funding came in, scientists no longer had to go out hat in hand to the public, justify their research, tell people about all these cool new developments in their science, and ask for money. Instead, they just have money flowing in. And as Sean Lawrence Otto puts it, basically scientists became almost like a class of cloistered monks, hidden away in the laboratory, never having to actually interface with the public, never having to talk to people about their research, or try and, get people excited about what they're doing. So as Sean Lawrence Otto sees it, the author of The War on Science, that was like a sea change in the public perception of science. Also, science became more associated with, like, the man, with government agencies, with, the powers that be. And anybody who's kind of anti-establishment outside of science became kind of suspicious about science. It's like, oh, shoot, those scientists working on nuclear weapons and stuff like that, oh boy, they're going to end the world. And they're working with all those, kooky government folks putting us through this Cold War. So anyway, and it's really ironic because science at its core is an anti-establishment kind of endeavor, We're constantly questioning orthodoxies, putting old ideas to the test, trying to find what's actually true. We're upsetting the power balance. We're, questioning authority. That's what science is all about. But during the Cold War, science was seen as part of the establishment. It was seen as like being the man, So yeah, and let's not Operation Paperclip, beautiful example there, Pimp Cat. Yeah, where all of these horrible Nazis were brought into the U.S. and they were able to escape punishment for the horrible things that they did. People like Werner von Braun, because their knowledge was essential for the U.S. to compete against the Soviet Union, So yeah, I don't know. Science took on kind of a different public image during the Cold War, and scientists weren't going out and talking to the public as much during the Cold War. And that legacy continues until today. There are a lot of people who are really skeptical. A lot of people in the general public who, it's not just that they don't trust science or scientists. It's that they are inherently hostile to the idea of scientific knowledge at all. To the point where a lot of people, as we're seeing on Twitter right now, are claiming that dinosaurs don't exist. Yeah. And George Washington Carver was a long time before this, give him now. Yeah. And amateur telescopy went through the roof. Yeah, and people looking for radio signals from Sputnik too. And yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And Trappy, well, yeah. But yeah, why did he feel it necessary to trash anything ending in studies? Wait, what do you mean, Golgan? You lost me, Golganek. I'm not sure what you mean. I didn't catch that. Yeah. And Triceratops says, and we sort of overcommitted to college and or STEM since we have adopted a school system in the USA that pushes every student toward college. Yeah, Triceratops, which at once devalues a college education and doesn't prepare a lot of people for an actual job market. We're in a lot of jobs in science, well, a lot of jobs in science, and maybe to a certain extent technology, engineering, and mathematics are disappearing. It's mostly science, though, it seems like, where those jobs are disappearing. From my point of view, anyway. But yeah. What solutions does he offer to combating the war on science, Zesty Fungi? I know Sean Otto is very keen on the idea of having there be more kind of like public debate about science. So one thing, like one remedy that he offers is mandating a presidential debate on scientific topics. You know, so for anybody unfamiliar, if you're not from the US, we have these televised debates in the US every presidential election cycle where different candidates stand on a stage and they're asked kind of inane questions, and then they give a grandstanding answer, and they usually don't actually answer the question, and blah, blah, blah. Sean Otto proposes that candidates actually have to answer some questions about science, and then have scientists be the moderators, and have the questions actually, you know, the questions would be substantive, I should say. The questions are actually, like, legit, and they'd be hard questions. And then actually have, like, a grading system after that. From what I recall. It's been a few years since I've read the book. I think it was, like, 2017 was the last time I read it. But, yeah. Which is a neat idea, but... yeah, I don't know. At least it's something concrete, you know? Anyway, both the Republican Party and the Democratic Party laughed at this idea because they didn't want their candidates talking about science because... well, you probably know why. But yeah. Anyway, scrolling down, trying to catch up to chat. And Riza Dagu, dinosaurs are still around. We've got birds, Riza Dagu. You know that. Yeah. Snowfall says, how can you deny evolution when it's literally happening around us? It's like denying that putting a fork into an outlet gets you zapped. I'm sure some people would deny that, too. Is Nanotyrannus real? Presidential debate. Dr. Oh, I would love to see that. Oh, holy cow. Oh, boy. Nanotyrannus. Completely valid. It's not a young T-Rex. It's excellent. Oh, goodness. Oh, boy. Yeah. And you're totally right, Mayor Space. I agree. Politicians love avoiding yes or no questions. Or giving a real answer, yeah. Hi, Mars says, what dinosaurs do you think you could personally take in a fight? I don't like fighting dinosaurs, Hi, Mars. I have fought some dinosaurs before, some birds. I've had to wrangle some birds before, and even just wrangling a bird without having, like, trying not to hurt it is... I don't even enjoy that, usually, you know? Yeah.
1,000 bits can make a wonderful difference in promoting the appreciation and understanding of fossil science here on Twitch.
Spartan.
If I give you 1,000 bits, would you stop doing Trump, please?
It's a deal.
You are giving me anxiety.
Spartan. You bet. Thank you for the 1,000 bits. Holy cow. Appreciate you, Spartan. Yeah. Oh, goodness. Yeah. What if we held scientific papers like trials? That wouldn't be good, Snowfall. What? Trials aren't about determining what's true. Oh, goodness. Anyway. Yeah. But yeah. And Paleo Stream says, I recommend only fighting with fossil dinosaurs. They no longer bite back. So that's the thing, is I don't even want to fight with fossil dinosaurs, Paleo Stream. A, it's not a fair fight. They died tens of millions of years ago. B, the whole point is to be able to get them safely back to the museum, you know? If I were, yeah, you know, evil Danny might be interested in that. But not me. Yeah. Anyway, it's great to have you here, PaleoStream. And is anybody not yet following PaleoStream? Thank you, Lenina, for posting that, that shout out there. PaleoStream, and I mean this sincerely, everybody, go follow PaleoStream. He is a real living paleo artist. He does real paleo art. And, I think some of it's been published in scientific papers. PaleoStream, we watched your video the other day about Paleontologizing. Yeah, where was that? I believe it was... But it was good. It was good. Exciting new filter feeding pterosaur from Germany. I hope I'm spelling this right. Paleontologizing. There we go. As it should be, top of the list here. Yeah.
150 million years ago, during the late Jurassic, what is nowadays Europe was largely covered by shallow.
The bone wall is so thin, it's about the same dimension as the wall of a dirter. A dirter is one of those things you get at the end of the paper towels, the cardboard thing in the middle, you go dir, in it. Well, that's what this thing is like.
Thank you, California Burbs. The 10 months. Appreciate those 10 months of support, California Burbs. Thank you, thank you. And what an appropriate alert here, talking about pterosaurs. I don't know if they really went dir, but their bones are certainly very, very thin. And including those of Paleontologizing. Yeah. And thank you. Did I hear that number correctly, So Spartan? How many gift subs, Spartan? It didn't just say 579, did it? That's insane. Holy cow, Jody Fish. Spartan's got a Spartan's got a VIP badge there, right? Please tell me. They do. Yeah. There we go. Yeah.
Most famously, a couple of small towns in southern Germany have yielded hundreds of their fossils.
Very cool stuff here. Fast forward a little bit, and then I'll read this comment from, this is your work, right, PaleoStream?
Moiserai.
Really extraordinary.
Especially large. It shows many other spectacular features.
By the way, I really love the ambient noises that you put into here. Just that, it's very atmospheric, and I really appreciate that, PaleoStream. PaleoStream says, Danny, this year PaleoStream celebrates its 5-year anniversary, and because of that, we want to organize a little one-day conference/meeting on Discord/Twitch with talks, etc. If you'd like to give a 20-minute talk there on a research topic or outreach, you would be very welcome. I would love to, PaleoStream. Absolutely. Shoot, holy cow. Shoot me a whisper or an email at paleontologizing@gmail.com, or tell me how to get in contact with you. That sounds awesome. I'd love to. Maybe I can talk about, do you know when it'll be, PaleoStream? When's our time frame for your 5-year anniversary? Very exciting. Because I'm putting together a poster presentation for the Mesozoic Terrestrial Ecosystems Conference in Salt Lake City, Utah in June this year. Send me something? Appreciate you, PaleoStream. Can we get one more shout out for PaleoStream, please? Who did these incredible illustrations. Everything in this, except for the photos, is his own work. Joshua Nyope, really talented artist.
Most prominent are the hundreds of teeth that appear
Such
pointy,
cool contributions
but actually bear little caps
to paleontology here.
that makes them blunt.
So when I watch PaleoStream stuff, it makes me feel a little bit self-conscious as a paleontologist, and I go, shoot, do I focus on dinosaurs too much? I know I work on dinosaurs, that's my research specialty, but the show is called Paleontologizing. Should we pay more attention than we are to other ancient critters and not just dinosaurs? I know dinosaurs are already overrepresented in media, and anyway, PaleoStream does a really, really good job of talking about all kinds of different critters and creating just beautiful illustrations of them with a tremendous amount of scientific rigor. So check out PaleoStream if you've not already done so. If you're not following PaleoStream, you are missing out. So yeah.
In addition, the jaws are curved upwards and their tips are completely...
Amphibians are way older. You're right, Freelancer, way older.
palate bears a large keel that is nearly as deep as the lower jaw.
Yeah. Here's a link to the video.
Points to
follow PaleoStream on
being a specialized
YouTube as well.
Feeder, swimming and wading through the shallow waters, looking for small crustaceans and fish.
And this is really interesting. I remember talking with Kevin Padian about pterosaur locomotion, and he's still... Well, actually, back when I was talking with him, I might have been in high school at the time. But he was of the opinion that a lot of pterosaurs actually ran bipedally. Not on all fours, but bipedally. In fact, I think it may have been primarily like rhamphorhynchoid pterosaurs with the tail used as a counterbalance. But I don't know. I don't know enough about pterosaurs to know what the current thinking is on how they would have locomoted, you know? But yeah. Oh, and March is the date. Oh, very cool, PaleoStream. Well, maybe I will put together a presentation about what I'm going to be talking about in Salt Lake City in June at the conference. And maybe that'll be kind of a trial run for that. I think that'd be nice. Yeah. They do art on the most obscure paleo creatures of any time. It's very cool, Dr. Terra. Very, very cool stuff. Yeah. And PaleoStream says the swimming animation is my idea. Since they are quite front-heavy, I imagine them wading in shallow water like that. It would make sense. Especially if their forelimbs... up until the wrists, are longer than their hind limbs. This would make a lot of sense. That's a neat idea. I wonder how long it'll take other people in paleo art to start illustrating the same thing. Because oftentimes in paleo art, if an idea makes sense, you see it start to resurface. Other people start running with it. Yeah. Nexus Unfixed says, can I ask a slightly off-topic question? You just did, Nexus Unfixed, and you're welcome to ask another one, too. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Good stuff.
Its evolution might have been aided by frequent plankton blooms coming.
This is really interesting.
Strait.
It does make me wonder how well constrained our... Like, do we have a really, really good idea of the coastlines throughout Europe? My idea of Europe throughout the Cretaceous is really blurry. It's like, oh yeah, there was a series of islands, and sea levels rose and fell, and the islands are doing all kinds of wacky things in terms of their shorelines and everything. I wonder if we actually have good data on what the shorelines would have looked like, throughout the different stages of the Cretaceous. Yashi would know this better than I would. Yeah.
This means that Balenognattus might have been endemic to the little islands of the
That's a cool idea. Look at this beautiful art. Oh, and we've got... Holy cow, it went too fast! Didn't have a chance to enjoy this. Beautiful. We've got is Balenognattus... Wait, hang on. Is this Cretaceous or is this Jurassic? I'm looking at this critter and going, that snout is awful. That's awful slender for a mosasaur there. Is this an ichthyosaur? Or is it a thalattosuchian? Is this some kind of marine crocodile right there? I bet you it is. Bet you that's a marine croc right there. Very cool. Especially, it's the hind limbs that give it away. That's a marine crocodile, my friends. Very nice. Cricosaurus. Wattendorf is a Jurassic locality. Thank you, PaleoStream. Yeah. Very, very cool. Yeah. Looks like a giant barracuda, Pipcat. That's not a mistake, you know? That's convergent evolution, baby. Yeah. Very, very cool. Many people might be unfamiliar with the concept of marine crocodiles. But, Cricosaurus, a thalattosuchian marine crocodile. Crocodiles, you know, I don't know about the latest thinking on this. I don't know how many times they actually went back into the ocean. It's at least 2. Because we had marine crocodiles like this in the Mesozoic. And then we have saltwater crocodiles who can traverse marine environments. And who knows, with enough time, they could eventually evolve into something. Well, they could eventually become more marine. I'll just say that. I won't say they'll evolve into this. That's too speculative. But yeah, marine crocodiles. There are certain groups of, or there's at least one group of crocodilians during the Mesozoic. Might be several. I don't know. Are marine crocodiles monophyletic? Joshua, you probably know this better than I would. Are they a monophyletic group? Marine crocodiles? But yeah, crocodiles taken to the sea. They lose the osteoderms, the bony armor plates that modern alligators and crocodiles have. They evolve these smooth exteriors. Their limbs evolve into flippers. And their tails actually evolve a nice fishy fluke like that. Like you see right here, for lateral sculling through the water. They're doing the same sculling motion that crocodiles do to swim today, but they're kind of optimized for that. They had developed that fishy fluke. Very cool. Yeah. And the Wattendorf, they have a nearly complete specimen of Cricosaurus. Very cool, PaleoStream. And the largest known Jurassic sea turtle. Fantastic preservation. Very cool. Look up Wattendorf fossils. Really, would you call this a Lagerstätten, PaleoStream? Oh boy. Oh my goodness. Is this a pycnodont fish? I wonder if that's a pycnodont. Yeah, holy cow. Beautiful rear end of a turtle. And who is this? This is... I don't know who that is. Huh. Like a galeosaur? Agliosaur? Whatever. Nothosaur. Beautiful pterosaur there. Holy moly. And that might be Balaenognathus itself. Judging by the number of teeth and the shape of those jaws. Yeah. Very, very cool. Flugsaurier. Flugsaurier. Is that how you say pterosaur in German? Flying saur. Ah, that's lovely. And it's a pycnodont, that fish. Very cool. Thank you, PaleoStream. Yeah. Looks like the angel from The Simpsons. It's even better preserved than that, Pimpcat, if you can believe it. And it's real. Oh, boy. Yeah, and there's Cricosaurus there. Holy moly, look at those jaws. They look like ichthyosaur jaws. That's nuts. And this is a crocodile? Holy moly. Just... Yeah, look at the symphysis, like, right there, about halfway down the jaws. You've got those same teeth. What a beautiful example of convergent evolution. This is a crocodile here. Look at those ichthyosaur-like jaws. Just extraordinary. Yeah. And that's our common name for them, yes? Paleostream? I guess that would be the American equivalent of, like, pterodactyl. Would be Flugsaurier. I love it. That's great. Yeah. And, yeah. So this is, ladies and gentlemen, this is what we would call a Lagerstätten, which is another German name. Or Lagerstätte, I guess, is the singular. Lagerstätten is plural. Yeah, it's a sedimentary deposit that exhibits extraordinary fossils with exceptional preservation. Good examples of this would be Solnhofen in Germany, where our Archaeopteryx is from, back there. Here is the Berlin specimen of Archaeopteryx right here, with preserved feathers. In Lagerstätte, you have really exceptional preservation. You can have things like skin and fur and feathers and even internal organs preserved. Other examples of Lagerstätten might be, oh, thank you, Jonathan. Liaoning in China with Sinosauropteryx and many other very cool theropod dinosaurs.
To them without a doubt. Thank you for all that you do. Cheers, Danny, to one whole year and hopefully countless more going forward.
Jonathan's. What? I don't know what to say. Thank you for the 12 months of support, Jonathan's. You caught me off guard here. We all know Nigel Marvin and David Attenborough, but I'm kind of touched that you also mentioned Jeff Corwin, who was a hero of mine growing up. I don't know what to say, Jonathan. So that's incredibly kind of you, and I appreciate your support more than you know. That is extraordinary. We might have to watch a Jeff Corwin clip after this, just so people know who we're both talking about, Jonathan's. But yeah, anyway, we were talking about Lagerstätten preservation here. Lagerstätten are these incredible fossil sites where you've got really exquisite preservation like this. And here's an article, if you'd like to read more about that. And I guess this other fossil site, Homo belenognathus, is an example of that. So yeah. Greetings from Germany. Greetings to you too, Sir Salter. Greetings from beautiful San Francisco Bay Area. Gotta do this at least once per stream, you know. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. Yeah. And have I looked at Tanis Tropheus before? We've done a deep dive on Tanis Tropheus, Runlor, yeah. Really weird critters. All of those, what's the name of that group? They're not dinocephalians, they're dino somethings. Really weird critters, Tanis Trophiids. Maybe I'm thinking of another genus. It's got dino in there somewhere as a prefix. But incredibly weird. Yeah. They've got such elongate cervical vertebrae. It's nuts. Yeah. Dinocephalosauridae. Thank you, Runelore. There you go. Yeah. Yeah, I think Dinocephalosaurus is the other genus that I was thinking of. That's, there we go. What an incredibly weird animal. From long before the dinosaurs. Well, not too long before the dinosaurs. It's what? Mid or early Triassic? And there's a lovely illustration by Gabriele Guetto. Showing these, it's giving live birth right there in front of us. Let's give them some privacy. Give her some privacy. And, oh, she's doing the same thing. Shoot. And, and there's, holy cow, there's Yashua's art there. She's also giving live birth. My goodness. Do we have fossils of Dinocephalosaurus giving live birth? We must. To have so many artists hit upon this idea. Yeah. It's a protorosaur, which is some sort of archosauromorph. Who even knows what's going on with the family tree there? Turtles are splitting off at some point. Yeah, and we've got embryos. Very cool paleostream. Very cool. Man. I guess it should be no shock at all that several lineages of snakes have developed live birth. Viviparity is not a difficult thing to evolve within reptilia. It's really, really not. You know? I know a lot of people here watching, especially if you grew up in the United States, you may have learned in 3rd or 4th grade that, like, oh, here's the difference between, you know, fish and amphibians and reptiles and mammals and birds. You know, reptiles have scaly skin and they lay eggs. It's like, no, not necessarily. Viviparity has evolved multiple times within reptilia. Also, birds are a kind of reptile. And strictly speaking, amphibians, reptiles, mammals, and birds are all within the group of fish because they evolved from fish. Anyway, that whole schema like that I learned in that would have been 3rd grade for me. Woefully incomplete. The truth is far more complex and far more interesting, you know? So yeah. Spartan says, you know, Danny, considering that almost all of your content is educational, you might want to consider incorporating as a tax-exempt educational charity? It's an interesting idea, Spartan. Yeah. You know, I don't mind paying taxes if I think it's fair, you know? But I don't make a tremendous amount of money, so that could help me out a bit. I'll have to look into that, Spartan. I'll have to look into that. Yeah. Anyway, I really appreciate your, all of your support, Spartan. It means a lot to me. It really, really does. Yeah. So yeah. Birds or fish? I mean, strictly speaking, yeah. I mean, all vertebrate animals are fish. It comes right down to it. If you've got a backbone, it means you evolved from a fish. You know? Yeah. Yeah, and all of those have samples that lay eggs. Well, let's look up number of viviparous reptiles. Yeah. Well, we've got a critter whose common name is viviparous lizard, also known as the common lizard. It's a Eurasian lizard. It looks kind of like our American alligator lizards. I wonder if it might be related. Lives farther north than any other species of non-marine reptile and is named for the fact that it is viviparous, meaning it gives birth to live young. Although they will sometimes lay eggs normally. I love that there are several squamates, lizards and snakes, that can kind of switch back and forth. They're like, I feel like it's an egg season. You know? It's egg season. Let's lay some eggs. And then sometimes she's like, I feel like it's live birth, baby season. Let's birth some babies. Yeah. Anyway, cool. And holy cow. I like how they're basically at the same latitude for their whole range. Except when they get up into Scandinavia. But yeah, man, that might be That might be one of the widest distributions of any modern lizard. So they just go across all of Eurasia. From Kamchatka, north of Japan, all the way east to Ireland. That's nuts. So anyway, yeah. So this whole thing about like, oh, reptiles only lay eggs. You know, the real world is far more complicated and far more interesting than that. Yeah. You wish you were still a fish? That's the good news. You are, SV Harkin. Here, and just so people know I'm not making this up, or trying to pull a fast one, let me show you this. Our Tree of Life. Let's, go down to Tetrapoda. Origin of the tetrapods. These are land-living animals, generally, that have got limbs and backbones. Yeah. Take note of this. The title is Lobe-finned Fishes, including tetrapods. Many of you watching may not have realized it, but you are a flavor of lobe-finned fish. Mammals are just one variety of lobe-finned fish in the grand scheme of things, which is pretty cool, you know? Yeah. And PaleoStream says, on the other hand, one might say that fish don't exist since they are not a natural group. I mean, in that case, we could just go up a little bit further. Bony vertebrates would be fish, I guess. Eutelostomi. I guess this is what I'm calling fish in that sense. I realize that fish in the pop culture sense, fish would be a grade rather than a clade, because it's some critters, but not their descendants, you know? Anyway, but yeah. We get the ray-finned fishes coming off of here. And then we get lobe-finned fishes there.
Living creatures from the dawn of time. What havoc will they wreak? What lives will they destroy?
Uh-oh.
What depths of panic and terror will they create?
Oh no! Ornithopods! Ox Tiberius, thank you so much.
And their 55 raiders have arrived to wreak some sweet havoc.
Welcome, Ox Tiberius. And how are you all doing? Raiders, what's shaking? It's great to have you here on Paleontologizing. Welcome, welcome. Holy cow. Grit and Glitter, Maticus Maximus, Ornis. Ornis, you were here, weren't you? Ox Tiberius, how did your stream go? I hope it was phenomenal. We're all over the place right now, talking about the origin of tetrapods, you know, talking about pterosaurs, talking about Lagerstätte, talking about all kinds of stuff, as we often do here. If it's anybody's first time here, I'd like to welcome you to Paleontologizing. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and I'm here on Twitch trying to do some good old-fashioned science outreach. What does that mean? Well, we're going over some fossil news. We just talked about a new titanosaur.
To the global and serious game of paleontology.
Thank you, Jamie007. Thanks for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. We're just talking about this. Unfortunately, this is paywalled, and it's also a preprint, so it hasn't actually been peer-reviewed yet. But, yeah. We're talking about the importance of science outreach, that kind of thing. We were talking about our good friend PaleoStream, which, can we get another shout-out for Joshua Newpay? Up-and-coming paleo artist. Very talented. He also streams here on Twitch, so follow him for some more paleontology stuff. Absolutely. Anyway, we've got some cool new people here, it seems. If anybody is new here and you're watching for the first time, please feel free to say hello. And I think this is the perfect time to introduce you to a good friend of ours. He tends to saddle forth at times like this, and he's actually walking up behind me right now, as he usually does. Right on cue. You never miss a beat. Here comes our good friend, previously recorded Danny, to talk to you about what this channel is all about who I am. He's going to tell you a lot about the history of paleontologizing, I suppose. And he's like breathing down my neck right now, so we'll let him take center stage. Previously recorded, Danny. The floor is yours. Let's welcome these cool new people. Well, thanks, present day Danny. Well, if you happen to be new around here, then welcome to Paleontologizing. You may well be wondering to yourself, well, if this is Twitch, then where are the video games? I'm gonna level with you here. I don't really do much in the way of video games. I'm a paleontologist. My name is Danny Anduza, and dinosaurs are my area of study. But how in the world does a paleontologist end up on Twitch? Well, you're about to find out. When I finished high school, I moved to Montana and immediately started work at the Museum of the Rockies, which at the time was an unparalleled powerhouse of paleobiology. That program was built by this guy.
Famed paleontologist Alan Grant.
Well, kind of.
You consulted on that movie.
I did consult on all those movies.
And they said that the guy Alan Grant was you.
Yes. Yeah, well, fortunately, he didn't get eaten.
Meet Jack Horner, the real-life Alan Grant. He's one of the most prominent and controversial paleontologists in the country, a dyslexic MacArthur Foundation genius who never finished college and who says he doesn't care why dinosaurs went extinct. To him, the important part is how they lived.
It was at Museum of the Rockies, under the auspices of Jack Horner, that I learned how to be a dinosaur paleontologist. And a huge part of that I learned by working with Jack's final graduate student, a guy by the name of Denver Fowler, who would later go on to become curator of the Badlands Dinosaur Museum. Working with Denver, I did summer after summer of fieldwork in the remote Badlands of Montana. Together, we dug up more dinosaurs than we knew what to do with, at fossil sites numbering in the hundreds. In 2012, I discovered a new species of ceratopsian dinosaur, hopefully soon to be published. The next year, we excavated the world's smallest and youngest Tyrannosaurus rex. Then, we dug up a brand new ankylosaur.
Montana's news leader.
5 paleontologists are excavating what looks to likely be a new species of armored dinosaur.
So we found its head, and we found parts of its armor and plates, and so it should be a new species.
Not bad, right? Well, anyway, much like my fieldwork, my research also focuses on dinosaurs. For example, here's Triarchunkus, the last of the Alvarezsaurs, just published in July of 2020. One of my current projects focuses on Spinosaurids. I can't really talk too much about that until it's a little bit closer to publication, so stay tuned for that. Anyway, let's get back to how I ended up on Twitch. A couple years ago, things in Montana were declining rapidly, so I picked up and moved on to greener pastures. I'm so glad I did. And with that new perspective, I also realized that I have very little patience with the soul-crushing bureaucracy within academia. So for the time being anyway, I decided to take my career in a slightly different direction. I got hired for a job in early childhood education. As a teacher, I get to have a positive impact on kids' lives and help them find a passion for science. Then, when COVID-19 showed up, the school had to close. But that didn't stop the teaching or the learning. We just moved online.
All right, friends. So we're going to be looking at a book in a little bit, but I thought we'd start off with a song. At 3, 2, 1.
Oh, give me a home where the hadrosaurs roamed, where triceratops bellowed and grazed, where erosion uncovers bones we seek to discover, for to strike the whole world amazed. Home on the range, where the deer and the antelope play, where sails always heard a discouraging word, and the skies are not cloudy all day. It was a pretty easy jump from teaching online to streaming on Twitch. I had my first broadcast in May, and I've been on here ever since. Now, I believe pretty strongly that any good scientist should also be a public servant. In my opinion, talking to everyday people about her science is one of the most important things that a researcher can do. I now have a golden opportunity to reach out directly to people where they are. This is what I'm all about, and now, thanks to Twitch, I get to share it with you. And I'm so happy to be able to do so. It's my intention to continue this mission of education by answering your questions, providing good science content, and working to grow this channel. And if you could help by following, or if you can afford it, by subscribing, I would be deeply grateful. So anyway, to my regular viewers, thank you again for sitting through this. To everybody who's new, welcome. I'm genuinely, earnestly glad that you're here, and I hope you stick around. We've got a remarkable little community here, and be delighted if you join us. Anyway, let's go ahead and get back into it. So, present day Danny, back to you. Well, thank you very much, previously recorded Danny. Of course, thank you even more to Ox Tiberius for that raid. Really appreciate that. And if any of you are new here, I hope you're now feeling like you're caught up. Jamie, thank you for your kind words. I appreciate you. Glad you enjoyed the welcome video. And it's great to have you here. Welcome to Paleontologizing. A few things have changed since I made those videos a couple years ago. I really need to update them. I'm no longer teaching full-time. This channel has grown to the point where it's become my full-time job, which is a dream come true. And I'm so happy to be able to do this 5 days a week. And yeah, and my when I'm not streaming, conduct research, do field work, submit papers for publication. I've got a few of those I'm working on, that kind of stuff. So yeah, you're teaching us full time? I guess so, Guido Aloha. Thank you for your support, by the way. It's great to have you here. Now, this sort of thing is, I think, important, and sometimes, yeah. Oh, and Paleostream, I just got your link right here. Thank you on Twitter. Excellent. All right, beautiful. This is going to be sort of a change of pace from that video into a reminder of why I do this. Why spend 5 days a week talking about fossils, talking about dinosaurs in particular? Why put myself out there as a scientist? It's because we need more people doing this, because we've got stuff like this. This is, at least by the standards that I go by on Twitter, this is kind of blowing up right now, and this is deeply disconcerting. It is. Cringeworthy, worthy of disgust, Lenina, you are correct. Yeah. So again, not shocking, I suppose. I do kind of wonder about this. This guy is like a QAnon influencer here in the United States. Yeah. Well, hang on. Printer's making a weird noise. What's it doing? Okay, we're still good. We're printing that Stegosaurus dome right here. I think we're okay. Anyway, I'm kind of astonished that QAnon is still a thing, given that their Trump guy has been out of office for almost 2 years now. Anyway, when prophecy fails, right? But it's not like these people are necessarily okay with the idea of reality, you know? So yeah, what's this? I'm not gonna get into it, Wusop, but yeah. And Moohoodle says, I hate that stupidity is so rampant, like, come on, people. Well, it's not I don't know if it, well, you know, I'm not a researcher studying cognition. I'm not a cognitive scientist. I'm not a historian. I'm not a sociologist. So I don't know whether to call this ignorance or call it something else. You know, but I don't know. I do kind of get the impression that stuff like this is, and maybe this is a good way to think about it, it is like a... Shoot, what is the term? I don't remember what the acronym is, but it is like a massive real-world role-playing game or something like that. Does anybody know what I'm talking about? MMO RPG, but it's supposed to be like real life. That's supposed to be part of it. Yeah. ARL, alternate reality game, maybe. LARPing, says Moohoodle. Sure, maybe. Massively multiplayer. No, but it's a massively multiplayer offline role-playing game. Mikey likes. There's a specific term that deals with this, where it's like there was a cultural phenomenon where people would actually go around in the real world and they would find clues that were left for them by people online, and it was like, it's a whole big game that people were playing. And it's not live action role playing, it's more involved than that, Cobraven. Anyway, I'm forgetting what the exact term is. Geocaching was an element of it, Pipsqueak Squid. Yeah. And I don't remember what it was now. Yeah. And I appreciate you, Allie J. Thank you. Thank you for taking care to make that italicized as well. I appreciate that. Yeah. I get what you're saying, though, says Moohoodles. There's a specific term for it, and I'm... it was basically like LARPing, except... it was like LARPing mixed with geocaching mixed with something else, and I don't remember what the term was, but it was like an augmented reality massive multiplayer game or something like that. Not like Pokemon Astronomy Shell. Anyway, so yeah. Let's just have a look at some of these responses here. I think every once in a while, it is important as a paleontologist to, as my old crew chief used to say, put your finger on the pulse of culture. Or in this case, maybe check its prostate. I don't know. Oh, boy. Yeah. So, this person, Paul's Corner, who's like a QAnon guy, and he's got 87,000 followers. Holy cow. Oh, boy. Computers were a mistake. This person says, or is it at all plausible that dinosaurs were hybrids that came out of the fallen ones, mingling the DNA of creatures? Example, centaurs and minotaurs. Ellipsis. Dinos could fall into that? Just a wild thought I think about once in a while. Ellipsis. And he says, that's what I believe. This is the guy who posted this above, who's also claiming that dinosaurs are made up or something? Yeah. Oh, boy. Anyway. And people like this... Oh, boy. Anyway. I don't know how many of these responses we're going to go through, but I want to make the point, at least, that science outreach is really important. The thing is, we've got mass media nowadays. We've got different social media like this, where there is an incentive not toward truth or beauty or learning, but just posting the most inflammatory things that you can, the craziest things that you can, and getting an engagement from those. The system is geared to reward clicks. And where does that leave somebody like me as a paleontologist, you know? I can post cool things, you know, like I actually got a good amount of engagement this weekend on the Triceratops that I've been assembling. Baby Triceratops skeleton. This is maybe one of those posts that's gotten the most likes out of almost anything I've ever posted. 855. A lot of people thought this is pretty cool. And it is honestly really, really cool. I've been really lucky to be able to do this project. If you want, I can go wheel it in. I've got it on a little cart, and I can show you firsthand. But yeah, something like this, despite how cool it might be, like, how cool is it to have a 3D printed baby Triceratops skeleton like this? But that's only going to get a fraction of the clicks that something like this will. Which is just a really dumb image macro. They don't even understand the irony in this. This is a Ceratosaurus model, a really bad one, from the Creation Museum in Kentucky. So they don't even realize that they're basically claiming that other people who are completely wrong, the people who are claiming that, oh yeah, dinosaurs were on Noah's Ark and they lived, you know, up until almost the present day, non-avian dinosaurs, you know? And, you know, yeah, dinosaurs were wiped out by Noah's flood 4,000 years ago, blah, blah, blah. Except for the ones that survived, but then they didn't survive. Oh, boy. That's already completely crazy. Just loco for Choco Puffs. Absolutely crazy train to bonkers town. And the QAnon people decided to take that and run with it even further. And claim that, oh no, dinosaurs didn't live with Moses. They never existed at all. And so, anyway, there we go. This is what creationists believe. What would it like to be if, how are you doing? Welcome to Paleontologizing. Thank you for the follow. So yeah. Choco Puffs, don't invest in that company. Spartan, oh, you don't think that's safe? Spartan, you warning me not to invest in something. You know me, Spartan. You think I have money to invest? What are you talking about? Oh, boy. Yeah. More like Danny, don't buy that product with a coupon at the store when it's already 50% off. Investing. Holy cow. Who do you think I am? Oh, boy. Yeah. Gertis Bucket makes a good point. Yet flat earthers are located all around the globe. I do feel like there is maybe a They're maybe disproportionately represented in North America, however, in like English language regions. Well, things like Facebook and TikTok are prevalent, you know? Yeah. But anyway, yeah. And you gotta deal with this Drek where you live? I'm sorry, Golganek. Not sure you can really do that. Oh, Golganek. I'm sorry. Well, Golganek, the thing is, when we talk about stuff like this, we've got to remember that here. Here's somebody who retweeted this or responded to it. They say, and every paleontologist for over 100 years is in on it. We're being fooled by most things, but evolutionary science isn't one. I don't actually know what they mean by that. That's the thing, is that oftentimes it's difficult to decipher what these people actually mean because they're not necessarily the most, like, literate. I don't mean to be... I'm not trying to talk down to anybody. It's just genuinely difficult to ascertain what people are trying to say sometimes. But here's what I'm trying to do on Twitch, you know? Trying to actually lay this stuff out for everybody. You know, this summer, cross your fingers, if everything goes according to plan and the satellite dish actually works properly this year, I'm going to be broadcasting to you live from the field. Show you what it's like to actually dig up dinosaurs out in Wyoming and then later in Utah. So you can see firsthand what it's like to actually dig up dinosaurs out in the Badlands. See what kind of work goes into that. Be able to experience that with your own eyes. I feel like if we had more of that kind of thing, people like this, I don't know. Maybe they would still find some way to come up with crazy conspiracy theories about it, but, you know, be a little bit more difficult at least. If this person had actually gone to a natural history museum, you know, several times a year while they were growing up, if they'd learned about dinosaurs growing up, if they had fallen in love with the idea of science, the idea of learning new things about the natural world, it's like they would have been inoculated against this kind of nonsense, you know? Yeah. Yeah. So anyway, let me catch up to chat. Zesty Fungi says, what resources would you recommend to assist a person to improve their critical thinking? Ooh, Zesty Fungi, I've got a great book suggestion for you. Ho, ho, ho. Let me grab it. It's very science specific. Oh, and then I've got a website for you too. Holy cow. Wait, let me show you the book first. It's got kind of a, I don't know. I would have done this cover a lot differently. And the title too. The title is called Nonsense on Stilts. How to Tell Science from Bunk. There we go. Nonsense on Stilts. How to Tell Science from Bunk by Massimo Pigliucci. Really excellent book. It's, yeah. I don't know. I would love to see more books like this out there. It gets a little bit into the weeds, actually. In fact, that's kind of a good thing. Whether you're a layman or lay woman, whether you're a lay person, or whether you're an actual research scientist working in a laboratory 5 days a week, you would definitely benefit from reading this book. Massimo Pigliucci is a well-known evolutionary biologist from Italy. This is a book kind of about the philosophy of science. How do you tell science from nonsense? Which people have grappled with these ideas in the past, and what do modern scientists think about this? And where does science fall short in certain areas too? How can we improve science in order to engage the public better? There's some great ideas in here, and I would highly recommend it. Nonsense on Stilts by Massimo Pigliucci. And Lenina just found one right there. Yeah. And holy cow, you can get a paperback for less than $7, at least here in the US. Good condition, $7.09. Somebody pounce on this. That's good stuff. I think there's also an audiobook. If you look it up on Audible, I bet you could listen to this while you're exercising, while you're tending to the garden, while you're washing dishes, walking the dog, fishing, swimming across the English Channel, whatever you do on in a typical week or weekend. You should check it out, though. But Nonsense on Stilts by Massimo Pigliucci. Good book. It kind of helped... I wouldn't say it changed the way that I think about science, but I would say that it clarified certain ideas for me, and... I don't know, here's a scientist talking about science from a scientific perspective, but also from a philosophical perspective as well. It's good stuff. It's good stuff. Yeah. Anyway, the YouTube channel Eons is excellent. I agree, PaleoStream. I agree. Yeah. PBS Eons, I feel like a lot of people know about that. They've been very successful there on YouTube. But I'd like to also introduce you to a podcast, which is... I don't know, if you'd like to increase your critical thinking, if you'd like to figure out, like, if you want to kind of hone your BS detector, your baloney detector. If you want to be able to look at news stories, chain emails, stuff on Twitter or Facebook or whatever, and go, hang on, that sounds fishy. What? If you want to, like, hone that instinct a bit better, check out Skeptoid. I've been listening to Skeptoid for a long time. Generally pretty good about stuff. And Skeptoid is like... So Brian Dunning is the host of Skeptoid, and he's done a pretty good job of being able to take, like, pop culture stories, whether it's cryptozoology or ghosts or alternative medicine or, you know, various unsolved mysteries and stuff like that, and basically tell you the story, but give you some of the real information. Like, from a scientific perspective, what can we actually say about these stories? It's good stuff. In fact, I would really recommend his, the Bigfoot episode, actually. Let's see. This one I think is one of the best ones he's ever done. The Patterson-Gimlin Bigfoot film. Kind of goes to the story of how this film was hoaxed in the first place. You know? And how we know about that. It's good stuff. So yeah, and I think the last 5 or 10 episodes are free on kind of a rolling basis. I think they get paywalled after a while. But you can find them online. I don't know. And there's lots of other cool resources on that site too, so check it out. Yeah. Zalok says, Eons has a great episode on terror birds. We've watched it, Zalok. We've watched it a few times, I think. Yeah. It's good stuff. Yeah. And there's a second edition to Nonsense on Stilts? Really? After Minute Girl? I didn't know that. And hey, Kirov, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome, Kirov. 099. What's shaking with you? It's good to see you. Welcome back. Yeah. Yeah. How does everyone know about My Bologna? It was a popular song by Weird Al, Raptor. Yeah. How do the lyrics go? Yeah. Oh, I think the toast is done. The toast is done. Top it off. Top it with a little bit of my bologna. Never gonna stop. Eat it up. Such a tasty snack. I always eat too much and throw up, but I'll soon be back. From my yai woo. My bologna. Classic song there, Raptor. Welcome back. It's good to see you. Yeah. By the way, I haven't actually... I still need to watch that. The, what's his name? Was it Elijah Wood? Guy who played Frodo in Lord of the Rings? Wasn't he in, like a Weird Al biopic? I saw a trailer for that and it looked really... It looked decent. I haven't seen it yet, though. Yeah. No, it was Harry Potter? Wait, you're kidding me. Okay, she was Daniel Radcliffe. Was it good? Did you see it? Did anybody see that? And, is it worth watching? Yeah. Anyway. It was amazing. It's not a real biopic. I assumed it wasn't. I assumed, like all things Weird Al, it was going to be basically a parody of the source material or the genre. So, if it succeeds as a parody of the biopic genre of film, then I'll probably be happy with it. I think it'll be good. Yeah. Yeah. Great Mango says it was amazing. Thank you, Great Mango. It's a parody of himself, and it's wonderful. That sounds pretty good. You know, I feel kind of bad for Weird Al because he, you know, he was the best at doing what he did. He still is probably the best at doing what he does. But this is in a time before before social media, before YouTube. Like, Weird Al was able to make a career out of doing parody songs of pop music. I feel like in today's world, that would be like a YouTube channel, you know? Somebody wouldn't have been able to build a record career out of that if they were just starting off today. The world has changed, you know? So it's cool to see him succeed with a feature film like that, you know? Yeah, he's still going, says Hugh. I'm guessing he's probably not going to be releasing any new records, though, because the world has changed, you know? He's going to have to find different avenues, like all of us. He's going to have to, he's going to have to adapt. You know? Yeah. Yeah. Let's see. You know? It reminds me of this line from a classic film. And I felt this way many, many times, where it seems like in traditional academia, those tenure-track professorships and jobs in museums are going away. You know? There's more and more and more jobs for administrators and fewer jobs for scientists. And I'm really lucky that I've been able to carve out a niche here on Twitch and make a living, but for many of my colleagues, that's not the case, you know? There are more students than ever graduating with degrees in paleontology, doctorates in paleontology, and fewer of them are getting jobs that pay a living wage, and yeah, I don't know. So I guess in a certain way I kind of feel some kinship to Weird Al. I hope he's been able to carve out his own niche in this brave new world. Boy, yeah. Ian Freeze, FMSSK. How you doing, FMSSK? Yeah. And what's the return on investment on scientists, Danny? Oh. Oh, no. I know you're kidding, but that's exactly the kind of rhetoric that's getting people like me, you know, living in their cars. Yeah. And Yum Yum, how are you doing? Welcome to Paleontologizing. Good to have you here. Yeah. But yeah. But anyway, I am living the dream, FM. I totally am. This is extraordinary, and I'm deeply grateful for the opportunity. So yeah. Anyway, when we consider stuff like this, to get back to what we were talking about, oh boy. You know, social media can be used for really good things. You know, like with Carrie Woodruff, sauropod expert, sharing exciting news about new sauropod dinosaurs. Or it can be, oh, and for stuff like this, I don't know. It can also be used for evil. Anyway. Scientists have the best return on investment. It's just very long. Agreed, Kirov. Yeah. Yeah. And, Yum says, hello, new to Twitch here. Been a pretty long day. Well, it's great to have you here. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah. And Lava Lamp, we did not evolve from dinosaurs. You're kidding, right? Oh, boy. Anyway. So this person says, did you know that nobody has ever found a complete skeleton of one of these, in quotation marks, dinosaurs? Which is completely untrue. We find dozens, hundreds of new complete skeletons of dinosaurs literally every year. I mean, we have literally thousands of complete skeletons of dinosaurs. Granted, most skeletons that we find of dinosaurs are very incomplete. But on the other side of that spectrum, we've got so many dinosaurs that are complete. Not just complete skeletons, but skeletons that encompass every single bone and even soft tissue as well. I mean, this is a classic example. There's Sinosauropteryx right there. Complete skeleton. As far as I know, every bone is represented in there. And we've got feathers and internal organs as well. I mean, yeah. So this is the thing, is that in some cases you can say that it is willful or just misrepresentation, that's people lying about stuff. In this case, I probably think this person doesn't actually realize that we've got complete skeletons of dinosaurs. Obviously, they haven't bothered to check. They're on the internet, posting on Twitter, so the entire wealth of human knowledge is literally at their fingertips. But still, you know? I do kind of struggle with this. At what point is it that... How much of the responsibility lies with scientists? Maybe haven't done a good enough job of reaching out to the public and, you sharing the wonders of the fossil record with regular people. And how much of it is, people misrepresenting, lying, being willfully ignorant. You know?
Of animals that have ever appeared on this planet.
And David Delon, thank you, David Delon, for the follow. Really appreciate that. Welcome to Paleontologizing. So yeah. And yes, anyone can post anything on the internet. It's true, FMSSK, for the most part, if they have an internet connection. And Hugh says they must be from the University of Hovland. I don't know if this... I doubt this person has ever actually heard of Kent Hovland. At least Kent Hovland believes in dinosaurs. This person is claiming that dinosaurs never existed. Did you know that their faces and most of their bodies are just basically artist interpretations of what they imagine they could... Oh boy. Clearly not a grammarian. Their faces and most of their bodies are just basically artist interpretations of what dinosaurs are they? Dinosaurs' faces and most of dinosaurs' bodies are just basically artist interpretations of what dinosaurs imagine dinosaurs could look like based on only a couple of dusty... Oh, boy. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not going to go too deep into here because therein lies madness. But we've got a lot of people agreeing with this take. And... oh, boy. Every single dinosaur skeleton, every single bone, and every museum in the world is a fake. I didn't engage with any of this stuff on Twitter earlier. Thank goodness this person doesn't have any likes, and it's not been seen by very many people, but I don't know. I was considering going on a rant about this on Twitter earlier, but at the end of the day, I don't think it's worth it to really, engage and fight with some of these people. There's an old saying about this sort of thing, whether you're arguing with creationists or flat earthers or, global warming skeptics or dinosaur deniers or whatever, Arguing with these people is like wrestling with a pig, At the end of it, you both get dirty. But the thing is, the pig likes it. So just don't do it. It's not productive. What I can do instead is to try and provide good science outreach, talk about fossils, give people an inside peek into how fossil science works, try and demonstrate the wonders of science. Show people firsthand what an incredible world we live in, what a long history it has, what wonders await those who go out and try and unlock these mysteries. And that's about the best I can do, maybe, So yeah. Gritus Puggus says it's like talking to a wall. Arguing with them is what they want, says Protan Dude. Yeah, and you like the analogy, Lilith Hobo? Yeah. And Great Mango says, my kind of a jerk father always said, never argue with dummies. They'll bring you down to their level and then beat you with experience. Yeah, they'll beat you right over the head with it. Oh, boy. Yeah. And there you go, Cove Raven. That's a good analogy, too. Yeah. But yeah. Yeah. And Protan Dude, it also makes a really good point. Twitter gives people a place to feel important and relevant because they aren't in real life. I mean, that's a really good point. So this guy tweeted this. I'm sure he feels like a real big man doing that. And nobody's liked it, nobody's retweeted it, nobody's commented on it. It says that 75 people have seen it, but I don't believe those numbers. that just means that this appeared on 75 people's screens. It doesn't, if that's even true, it doesn't even mean that 75 people actually registered it, saw it. So anyway, I don't know. Yeah. I'm thinking about maybe at some point doing some long-form YouTube videos. Getting back into the whole YouTube thing. Somebody type in !YT. I've been trying to post all the VODs to YouTube, the ones that YouTube doesn't flag for copyright, and man, they flag weird stuff for copyright. It'll just be me talking sometimes, and it'll get flagged by Sony Media International or whatever. But yeah. Before I got started here on Twitch, I was doing videos on YouTube every once in a blue moon. Way back, here. All this stuff. Yeah. And it never took off. Nobody ever really cared. YouTube is not necessarily the best environment for science outreach, I found. I much prefer Twitch, where I can actually talk to people, answer people's questions live, have a conversation with folks, a back and forth, in real time, you know? So yeah. Anyway, yeah. Man, is that really? I had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I only had 9 videos before I started on Twitch. That's not very many, but man, I was really very slow at video editing before this, and it took me a long time to be able to edit a single video. But yeah. The feedback is much more rewarding. It's much more immediate, at least, Astronomy Show. And the thing is, I actually make money here on Twitch, too. It's a much better platform than YouTube in the sense that people actually contribute to what I do here. And, I mean, look at this. 18 subs just in today's broadcast. You know? And how many bits? A lot. YouTube doesn't do that kind of thing. I mean, not that I know. I don't know. Yeah. The evolution of Danny's hair, says Ali Che. My hair's gone through many iterations over the years. I didn't used to be able to afford frequent haircuts. Or maybe try and get haircuts as frequently. I don't know. Back when I lived in Montana, when I made these videos, well, some of these videos, I used to only pay, what was it? It was like $11 for a haircut. It was $6 for the haircut itself, and then I used to give a $5 tip. Because I used to go to the cosmetology college in Bozeman, Montana. And it was always fun. It would take a couple hours for the student to cut your hair, but, you know, she was always excited, you know? It's like a student learning to be a cosmetologist. It was always fun. She'd ask me what I do when I get to talk with dinosaurs about her. Talk with her about dinosaurs. You know, it was $6 for the haircut, and then I'd give her a $5 tip. And, yeah. A lot more expensive getting my haircut today in the San Francisco Bay Area, but I can afford to do that maybe once every 2 months, which is nice. Yeah. Lava Lamp. You get your hair cut less than 1 time a year, Lava Lamp? Okay. To each their own, you know? Yeah. My hair would end up getting caught in things if I... Yeah. Oh, boy. My hair would get caught in machinery if I didn't... if I didn't get it cut more often than once every few months. Yeah. And Golganak.
For the Paleontologizing Oasis, Sanctuary from Willful Ignorance.
I appreciate you, Golganak. Thank you for those 200 bits. Thank you very, very much for your support. It means a lot to me. It really does. Yeah. Yeah. Does your hair grow down or out sideways? It grows up, Nell. My hair grows up. So I don't know. I got a lot of hair, and it tends to turn into a helmet if I don't cut it regularly enough. Which you might see that in some of those videos, actually, on the old YouTube. But yeah. I don't know. I have very thick hair, apparently. When I used to go to the cosmetology school, there was an instructor there. And every time she would see me, she'd go, "Oh, Danny." Yeah. She would, like, even before I would sit down in the chair, we had a good rapport. She was not being intrusive or anything. But she'd kind of, like, playfully grab my hair like that, and she'd go, "You know what? You've got hair. You've got hair like a sea otter's pelt." I'd say thank you. Anyway, I got a lot of hair, and it tends to, like, turn into a helmet. It's a lot of strands per centimeter, I guess. I don't know. Anyway, yeah. They tell us we're all thick hair. Film is it? What? Huh. Anyway, yeah. The guy says eagles make nests in Danny's hair, and he can't cut it because they're protected. There you go. Yeah. Yeah, that's my plan for setting up a bat box at my apartment. It's like if the HOA tells me to take it down, it's like, sorry, those bats are protected under California law. You know? Do you want me to get the Department of the Interior involved with this, HOA? Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. Pachycephalosaurus. There he goes, SD Fungi. What else did I have on the agenda for tonight? Not a whole lot else. Let's maybe take a look at a few more of these, and then maybe we'll continue a video that we were looking at last week. But, oh boy. Gluttons for punishment, all of us here. Stuff in other languages. Fossil fuels. I don't know. There does seem to be a lot of people who are, like, really scared of the idea that fossil fuels like oil and natural gas are finite. Because that means that maybe, you know, they've gone beyond the idea that maybe fossil fuels are harmful to, you know, the atmosphere, which they definitely are when you burn them. They're like, no, the idea that they're finite, we're also scared of that idea. I mean, holy cow. They have to be infinite. They just poof into existence in the earth. Oh boy. Yeah. Hashtag dinosaur hoax. Hashtag homeschool your hashtag child to hashtag educate them in hashtag all caps truth. Comma, not the hashtag systems, hashtag lies, and any untrue hashtag agenda, which goes against the hashtag gospel truth of hashtag Jesus Christ. Oh boy. Anyway, I feel bad talking about this because, like, any time you have that many hashtags in a tweet, like arranged into a sentence, you know that person's not well. So anyway, I don't know. I don't want to feel like I'm making fun here. You know? Yeah. Money. There you go, Afro Bandit Girl. Exactly. Appreciate you, Afro Bandit Girl. It's good to have you here. Yeah. Only deals yourself psychological damage. There you go, Lava Lamp. Yeah. But anyway. And the scary part is that these people are trying to take over the school curriculum. They've been trying to... They've successfully taken over school curriculums before. School curricula. School boards. Holy cow, Lilith Hobo. Oh, boy. Especially here in the United States. Oh, my goodness. Yeah. And you believe it's pronounced Jesus, says Tommy Plodicus. Claro que sí. Está bien. Jesús. Sí, sí, sí. And Nell says, I don't know if Danny would dress as an 18th century scientist, though. I wouldn't know. I could not afford that getup, Nell. You kidding me? I'm wearing military surplus shirts that I got for a couple dollars each. You think I could afford a cravat or something? My goodness. And Cat says, won't somebody please think of the children? Like that Simpsons character, Helen Lovejoy, who's always saying that. Yeah. Oh. Yeah.
Won't somebody please think of the children?
Yeah. Yeah. And Nell, rich red color or maybe a royal blue color. I'm neither rich nor royal, Nell. I don't know who you think I am. I'm not going to be able to afford that. Holy moly. Yeah. But yeah. And hang on a minute. Let's see. I missed something. Yeah. And pig wrestling isn't real, says Victorious. Victoria's dropping facts on us. It is an idiom from the 1800s to help you understand futility. Appreciate that, Victorious. I'll know that. I'll remember that the next time I'm at a county fair and there's a pig wrestling booth. And they say, come here, wrestle the pigs, $5. I'll say, you know, sir, that's just an idiom. I'm not... You can't fool me. No, why would I want to do that? Why would I want to wrestle a pig? Oh, boy. Yeah. Holding a dinosaur skull. But we didn't have dinosaur skulls prior to the... the 19th century there. No, we legitimately didn't. Yeah. Here, somebody type in ! schedule to pull up our calendar. And it's a bit, Danny, I swear. I know now. I know. Thank you, Afro-Bandit Girl. Quick on the draw there. I put this together over the weekend. I finally had time to sit down and make myself an actual schedule for the month of February. And on February 20th, we will be discussing Megalosaurus, the first dinosaur to ever be officially named in the scientific literature. Back in, what was this, 1820? When was Megalosaurus named? There we go. Yeah, 1824. Kabow! Megalosaurus bucklandi. 1824. Although Buckland didn't actually name it Megalosaurus bucklandi. He just named the genus Megalosaurus, and then it was later revised as Megalosaurus bucklandi. You can't name something after yourself, according to the ICZN rules. So I think it was... Oh, boy. It was either Owen or... No, it must have been Mantell. Mantell who named Megalosaurus after William Buckland. Later. But yeah. Yeah. Anywho, we'll be talking all about this critter, and I might even be... I'm going to see if I can get my hands on this original specimen, or a scan of it, rather, to 3D print. Especially for that stream, because that would be so cool to have the right dentary. This bone right here, lower jaw of Megalosaurus, to print life-size for the stream. We'll have to see about that. And speaking of 3D prints, let's take a look at our 3D printer here. There's our Stegosaurus dome, which is just chugging away there. Very nice. So yeah. Yeah. Anyway. Good stuff. We'll see if we can print a full-size Megalosaurus jaw. I'm going to email the authors of some papers where they actually, like, they did a digital scan of a Megalosaurus jaw, and then they did some 3D prints of it. I'm going to see if it is possible to actually get my hands on those files so we can print those for educational purposes right here on Twitch. That'd be awesome. So, yeah, Megalosaurus. And that's a lovely illustration of what Victorian scientists envisioned this creature to look like based on very, very, very fragmentary remains. Nobody knew what a dinosaur looked like back then. So this is their picture. With just a few scraps, they're able to come up with this. Today, this is much closer to what we think this animal would have looked like. I would still make some modifications to this, but it's an okay approximation. Yeah. I like it. So yeah. Anyway, Megalosaurus. And Love View says there's a hot new dinosaur DLC. This is so new that it's not even been officially published yet. Chukarasaurus. We were talking about this earlier, Love View, but welcome, welcome. Yeah. We don't have very much of it. This is actually far less than I would like to have for a new sauropod dinosaur, but they gave it a name anyway, and there we go. Yeah. So anyway, good enough, says Afro Bandit Girl. Yeah. Whoop. Yeah. So yeah. Yeah. Anyway, I think we're done with this for now. Oh, goodness. It's a reminder of why I do what I do here on Twitch. You know? Reminder of why we fight. But yeah. Let's see. But we started this a couple of days ago. Last week. Holy cow, there's Mark Norell again. Long-time viewers of today's broadcast will remember when we were watching the Titanosaur video, and somebody said, "Oh yeah, that paleontologist looks a lot like Val Kilmer." Well, here's Mark Norell in the field. Anyway, yeah, really well-known dinosaur paleontologist. He works at the American Museum of Natural History in New York City, and this is a documentary in which, oh, holy cow, we did not get that far. I think it was January 26th. Holy cow, when we were talking about this for Roy Chapman Andrews' birthday. But yeah. Anyway, Oviraptorosaurs.
National hero, but the eggs were not a.
Uh-oh. That was you, Pimp Cat? Ah. That's closer to what the original illustrations would look like. Eric is serene little cutie pie. Eric? Yeah, here, it wasn't quite that. I wonder why they came up with illustrations like that, but let me try and show you a more decent Megalosaur. This is pretty decent. Yeah, Megalosaurus. So there would still be some curve to the spine there, of course, as we've got with all dinosaurs. I don't know if any dinosaurs have a perfectly straight spinal column. But this is how much, approximately how much we actually have of Megalosaurus. Not a great deal, but enough that we know it is a megalosaur. And that's pretty decent. Yeah. So we've got more complete skeletons of other dinosaurs, other megalosaurids, like, say, Torvosaurus, critters like that. But that's a pretty good illustration of what this animal would look like. Megalosaurus. Yeah. Here it is, eating an ichthyosaur. Because why not? You know, everybody likes seafood every once in a while. Except for vegetarians, like me. But yeah. Anyway. Yeah. And Yum says, those documentaries are perfect if you want to fall asleep quickly. I've never fallen asleep during a documentary like that, but maybe... I don't know. Yeah. Have I heard of Ichthyosaurus? Can't say I'm familiar. Yum, is this some sort of a joke? What do you mean? Yeah. Anyway, there's a Megalosaurus eating an ichthyosaur like I have on the side of my ukulele. Or the front of my ukulele. Yeah. And, there we go. Anyway, we don't really know the specifics of what Megalosaurus looked like. A lot of illustrations just kind of show it as like a generic carnosaur-type theropod. Because, again, we don't have a lot of fossils from this critter, despite being the first dinosaur named, or maybe because it was the first dinosaur named. We don't really... It's known from very scrappy material, you know? This is from the very birth of dinosaur science, back in Victorian times. So, yeah. It wouldn't be until dinosaur science's focus kind of moved outside of England and across Europe and into North America before we actually started getting complete skeletons of dinosaurs and started to have a better idea of what these animals actually looked like. So, yeah. Yeah. Anyway. Dinosaurs like Oviraptor. Right here.
With the name Oviraptor.
Here we go.
The discovery made Roy...
There we go. And Lilithoba, are plastic dinosaur toys made from real dinosaurs? Unless they're made from birds. No, Lilithobo, they're made from plastic, which is a petrochemical. Lilithobo, you're probably asking if oil is made from dinosaurs, and it's not. No. So yeah, anyway. Oil is basically, it is a fossil fuel as we understand it, but it's not made from dinosaurs. It's made from marine organisms. Dinosaurs didn't live in the oceans. So very, very few of them, bordering on none of them, would have ever contributed to oil. It's much more numerous critters like plankton, algae, diatoms, you know, critters like that that would actually, you know, contribute to oil production. So pillows are made from that is, you know what, Vigilante, you're right about that. Pillows, if they are down pillows or otherwise pillows that are made from feathers, or if you have other bird parts in your pillows, I don't actually, I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, then they would be made from dinosaurs, it's true. Yeah. And, yes, the Belgian colleagues were a little quicker than the Americans. This is true, Paleostream. That's why I said across Europe and then into North America. We've got the Belgian iguanodon. Paleostream, by the way, have you seen my iguanodon hand? Let me show you. We 3D printed this a while ago. Here's my Stegosaurus dome. Still 3D printing. But I've got an iguanodon hand. Life-sized. Iguanodon bernissartensis. Belgian iguanodon. It's not fully assembled, but, yeah. sure where the pinky finger went. I think it might be with my Triceratops. But, take a look at this. Life-size iguanodon hand right here. And of course, the thing de resistance is that thumb spike there. Holy cow. Take a look at that. Ah! I don't know why I haven't glued this on yet, but, yeah. I gotta find a way to attach the pinky finger as well. The pinky finger should be coming off of there. Digit 5 over here. Should be coming off right there. But yeah. Very nice, right? Man, these were big animals. Iguanodon, holy cow. Yeah. If anybody's unfamiliar with Iguanodon, I've got a little plastic model right here. I was digging up a relative of this critter. This past July and August. So there's that hand right there with that big old thumb claw, thumb spike right there. Yeah, and that pinky finger sticking off the side. But Iguanodon, one of the most famous of the dinosaurs, only the second dinosaur to ever be scientifically described, back in 1825, I think. Gideon Mantell described Iguanodon in the scientific literature. And this past summer, this past July and August, I was helping a U.S. Geological Survey crew out in Utah. And we were digging up what may or may not be this critter, Iguana colossus, from the Cedar Mountain Formation of eastern Utah. The thing is, our Iguanodontian, whatever we were digging up was a very similar dinosaur to this. We're not sure if it might be the ancestor of this or what's going on, but ours were a little bit younger, or a little bit older, it seems, than Iguana colossus, which I think is from higher up in the Cedar Mountain Formation. So yeah, and this is how much we have of Iguana colossus so far. There's not a whole lot to go on by comparison, but, or for comparisons, I mean. But we do have a pubis. We've got that hip bone there. And this summer, we're probably going to go back and dig up more of it, and here, you can't see, but we've also got part of the skull. There you go. We're going to see if we can find more of it and try and compare it, and we know it's older than Iguana colossus. Is it the ancestor of Iguana colossus? Do we have an anagenetic lineage here? That would be exciting. So yeah, we'll see. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. And the Fonzie of dinosaurs. There you go. Yeah. Hey, Eric Serene. Yes, indeed. Iguanodon with that thumb spike. There's kind of a goofy little video that I can show you that shows, might give you some approximation of how they may have used that thumb spike. Can give you an idea of that. Let me pull it up. I actually turned it into an alert a little while ago. Yeah, and he is kind of doing the hang 10 sign. Well, if those, he's more going like this. But yeah, Mayorspace, yeah. And I'll attach the pinky pretty soon, Lilith Oboe. Yeah. Oh, goodness. This is from that Jurassic World Evolution game. Oof. Yeah. It shows how they may have used that thumb spike. Ugh, grisly. Just like a... Oh, good night, T-Rex. Good night, Spinosaurus. Good night... Who was that? Australovenator? There's some sort of dogwater made-up dinosaur. Acrocanthosaurus? Oh, boy. I don't know who that was supposed to be. But anyway, yeah. Yeah. In life, that thumb spike, it wouldn't just look like this. This is only the bony core right there. The actual thumb spike in life would be covered with a sheath of keratin, a material kind of like your fingernails, that would have made it longer and sharper. So yeah, I mean, goodness, imagine this. I mean, could run you right through. No bueno. Yeah. So yeah, he would do good in prison with that shanking ability, Nuclear Cowboy. They'd have trouble locking up a full-grown iguanodon. Welcome, Nuclear Cowboy, to Paleontologizing. How you doing? It's good to have you here. Thank you for joining us. Yeah. And PaleoStream says, whenever you ask who would win in a fight, the answer is always Iguanodon. Out of principle and spite for this kind of question. PaleoStream, oh man, I love that. I've got my own way of, expressing spite for that kind of question. Somebody type in exclamation mark, who wins? Who wins? There you go, Claire Burr. Claire Burr knows what's up. Yeah. Another classic line right here. Yeah.
Can it outrun the Flash?
You bet.
Can Superman outrun the Flash?
Sure, why not? Hello.
Oh boy, I need to turn that into you know, one of those, like a trigger fire alert or something like that. Nuclear Cowboy, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Yeah. Can Quicksilver outrun the Flash, Mayor Space? I don't know who that is, so I'm going to say no. Mayor Space probably trying to trick me. It's somebody who doesn't have legs or something. I don't know. Yeah. And Conan O'Brien, I know that, Pimpcat. One of the greatest Simpsons episodes, one of the greatest television episodes of all time. Pimpcat, yeah. Yeah.
Jump! Jump!
And, Little Bigfoot.
You know that new sound you're looking for? Well, listen to this!
Little Bigfoot, how are you doing? Has it been a while? I feel like it has. Welcome back to Paleontologizing.
No sign of disgrace or failure.
Yeah.
In fact, in a world full of changing environments and occasional catastrophe, all species eventually become extinct.
It's true, but thank you, Winja, for preventing me from going extinct for the past 7 months. Thank you for your ongoing support. It means a lot to me. It really does. Welcome back, Winja. How are you? It's good to see you. And, it's been a little bit. Howdy to you too, Little Bigfoot. Welcome back. Yeah. And Quicksilver is Marvel Comics. Really? All of them? Cool, Rodan. Yeah. Krusty wants out! Says Pimpcat. There you go. Yes. Pimpcat knows what's up. Hey, where were we? Where were we? We were talking about Megalosaurus. Oh yeah, we were gonna watch this. Yeah. Here, I'm not 100% sure that this is not gonna get flagged by YouTube. So if anybody is watching this on YouTube in the future, then hello. I hope the future is a good place rather than a bad place. Hope it's more like Star Trek than it is like Mad Max, you know. Anyway, because it certainly seems like we're trending more toward Mad Max. But I apologize to you future viewers watching on YouTube that you probably won't be able to hear the audio here because YouTube might freak out if I pipe the audio through. So we gotta take pains to make sure that doesn't happen. Anyway, but you watching live, you lucky viewers, you can hear. Yeah. Yeah. Uh-oh. Look at that. Look at those scaly legs. Slander. Yes, Tommy Platycus. Anyway, the reason we're watching this, we watched this, what was it, on the 26th for Roy Chapman Andrews' birthday. The thing is, I used to watch this with my field crew. Denver Fowler used to have this like on his laptop hard drive, and on rain days when we were digging in the Hell Creek, when we couldn't go out and dig because it was too rainy and everything turned into mud, we would get work done in camp, we'd record data, we'd do this and that, and then when it was time to kind of sit back and relax, we'd watch a movie or something. And he had this on his hard drive and we watched this, and it was really fun to watch another paleontological crew, because this talks about the American Museum of Natural History crew with Michael Novacek and Mark Norell, and Luis Chiappe is on the crew too. Anyway, it was really cool to see kind of how they do things, kind of share in their travails and their triumphs.
Do you think dinosaurs are put together correctly? The bones. You're smart. What do you think?
Do a research on that, Oliver.
I never.
Someone called Dragna Rocker. Well, thank you, someone called Dragna Rocker, for following a channel called Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, let's continue. Yeah.
In the late 20s, the winds of change blew fiercely over the great dinosaur fields of Mongolia.
Yeah. And regular winds, too.
Roy Chapman Andrews was forced to leave the Gobi forever.
We are more than ever convinced that Central Asia was a paleontology Garden of Eden. Still, we have shown the way, have broken trail, as it were. Later, others will reap a rich harvest.
And I use invert. Sorry. Hey, welcome to Paleontologizing. I use invert. Sorry. We're going to take a brief detour here because that's an intriguing question. Can you hypothetically fossilize something with honey besides honey instead of amber, you mean? I feel like I saw the same exact question on the Bird website earlier. Did Franz ask this? Let's see. There we go. Franz is somebody that I follow on Twitter. They draw bugs and stuff. I love this picture here. That's really good. But yeah. Could maple syrup, in theory, turn into amber? Basically, you could fossilize pancakes in maple syrup. You know, I don't know. I don't know, actually. That's, I feel like somebody who studies diagenesis would have a much better answer than I would. Diagenesis is basically like, it's like fossilization, the process of sediment turning into rocks. It's a study of how sedimentary rocks form. And I think, strictly speaking, amber would be considered either a sedimentary rock or a fossil or both. I don't know. In the real world, terms like that get loosey-goosey. You know? I'm not sure. Maple syrup becoming amber, because I know maple syrup is derived from tree sap, and tree sap is fossilized, or amber is fossilized tree sap. I don't know. Yeah. So it's a good question, and I'm glad you're here, Invert. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's great to have you here. Thank you for joining us. And, yeah. I like somebody who stumps me with their very first question and their first chat message. So, it's great to have you here, Invert, and thank you for that follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah. Can I ask how you found the channel? I'd love to know. If you don't mind sharing. How'd you find me? Yeah. And it seems honey will fossilize. Is that right, Claire? They must have to do with archaeology.
Very spectacular. Spared no expense.
Oh, and Dinosaur Dave. Thank you for that gift sub, Dinosaur Dave. Appreciate that, Dinosaur Dave. Thank you, thank you. How's the packing going, Dinosaur Dave? Thank you for your generosity. I appreciate that very much. Yeah. And Nuclear Cowboy says, I was looking through 3D printing and saw ya. Really? Well, I'm glad I was doing some 3D printing. Welcome, Nuclear Cowboy. Printing a Stegosaurus skull here, a Pachycephalosaur from the Cretaceous of North America. As are most Pachycephalosaurs, I suppose. We've got some from the Cretaceous of Asia, too. But yeah. Yeah. But I had the question in my mind forever and looked up science on Twitch, and here we are. Well, it's great to have you here, Invert. What a lovely coincidence. Somebody else was asking about this earlier on Twitter. Welcome, Invert. Welcome. Yeah. And someone called Dragon Rocker says, Mr. Paleontologist, I have a question. Oh, please. Mr. Paleontologist is my father's name. You know, call me Danny. What do you think of Spinosaurus, lol? With it changing practically every second and stuff? Hope I'm afraid I might be contributing to that. Dragon Rocker, because I actually work on Spinosaurids. Here's a 3D print that I did of a model that I sculpted of baryonyx. I've been studying Spinosaurids, and I and a co-author have been looking at this, and anyway, yeah. Stay tuned for that. That's actually my next publication will be on Spinosaurids. Not Spinosaurus in particular. I am not working on the problem of whether or not Spinosaurus could swim up waterfalls or ride a skateboard or shoot lasers out of its eyes. I'm not doing any of that stuff. It's more about their ecology. And, anyway, yeah. I don't know how much the paper will actually change our view of Spinosaurus. But then again, yeah, maybe. Yeah. So, yeah. Yeah. Paper, any favorite kind of dinosaurs? And we've got Spinosaurid emotes here in chat, too. Take a look at those. And Bad Mandex, you're a big Spinosaurus fan? Me too. Yeah. So yeah. Yeah. Anyway. Stay tuned, because I was supposed to be working on that paper this weekend, and I just kind of couldn't focus, so I worked on other stuff, but anyway, stay tuned. We're going to be publishing some Spinosaurid stuff before too long. So yeah. And Pfizer says laser zap Spinosaurus eyes. I don't think so. It was a joke, Pfizer. It was a joke. But yeah, yeah. Anyway, I don't think Spinosaurus could swim up waterfalls or ride a skateboard or shoot lasers out of its eyes or use its sail to fold space and time. I don't think any of those things are true, but none of those will be in the paper either. So yeah. Anyway. Let's get back to our video here. There we go. Yeah. Is there a chance that Spinosaurus will bend? Roses and Tea is still on the monorail kick from early. I appreciate you, Roses and Tea. That's Roses and Tea and I share the same brain disease. I appreciate you, Roses and Tea. You make me laugh. That's great. But yeah. Badman Dex says, I have a question for you, Dan. It's Danny, but thank you. Are the dinosaurs from Ark Survival close to the real thing? For the most part, no. They are not. We're going to be talking about that. I'm going to be doing a special Ark stream at some point as a fundraiser, because everybody asks me about this game. About Ark Survival Evolved, or whatever it's called. I've never played it, but I've seen some of their dinosaur depictions, and oh boy. This summer I'm going to be streaming from the field. I'm going to be like trying to live stream a dinosaur dig with satellite internet, but in order to do that I need a generator, so I need to raise money so I can buy a generator. So we're going to be doing an Ark Survival Evolved live stream as a fundraiser. And yeah, we'll raise some money that way. It'll be good. So stay tuned for that. That'll probably be in like March, let's say. Maybe April. But yeah. So Badman Dex. Dinosaurs were not like they were in Ark Survival Evolved. They were way cooler than that. And we'll talk about why in a future stream. Yeah. So yeah. And what do I think of the Jurassic Park Spinosaurus? It wasn't bad for 2001. That's the Spinosaurus from Jurassic Park 3. Directed by Joe Johnston. Joe Johnston actually came out to dig with us a few times in the Hell Creek. He's a cool guy. I like him. Joe Johnston. But yeah. That depiction of Spinosaurus is very much out of date in a lot of ways. But it's not wrong in some of the ways that some modern depictions of Spinosaurus are wrong. Oh boy. I can't talk about some of this stuff too much until this paper is submitted for publication, you know? So yeah. And Dragon Rocker says the Archosaurs are more movie monsters than animals. If you ask me, I would agree with you. Dragon Rocker, yeah. And Dinosaur Dave, I don't know if I'm going to be actually playing the game. I'll probably be just like looking at YouTube videos and stuff, but we'll be talking about Ark. Yeah. I'm really not into multiplayer games, to be honest. I'm not in. People watching right now are going, Danny, you're not into games at all. What do you mean multiplayer games? Danny, you're not into games, period. And yeah, they'd probably be right. So yeah. But anyway, yeah. And P Funki is here. How are you doing? Welcome. Yeah. Welcome, P Funki, who is in a community for a different game, in my opinion, our superior game. Dorian. How are you doing, P Funki? It's great to see you back. How are things? Welcome. Yeah. And, oh, and I love this link. P Funki knows how to find the stuff. Yeah. Yep. So there you go. This is on the diagenesis of Amber, is it? Very cool. I love how the title is just Amber. Short and sweet and to the point, you know? Amber. Yeah. And thank you, Victorious, for gifting P Funki. You know I appreciate that. Thank you. Excellent. Yeah. And you alright? I'm glad. Okay. P Funki? I'm glad to see you here. Welcome. Really glad you got that gift sub. Thank you, Victorious. Appreciate it. Yeah. I'll have to take a look at this later, because I do not know enough about amber diagenesis and all of that. So that's good stuff, P-Funkai. Thank you, thank you. And this is outside of my wheelhouse, so I will definitely learn a lot from this. Good stuff. Yeah. And thank you, Nell, for the hydrate. Yeah. What were we going to look up? Forget now. Shoot. Anyway, let's continue with our video here. Oh boy, we're gonna be doing this for weeks, aren't we? At this rate.
Decades later, Mark and Mike are hoping to find the treasures that Andrews left untouched in the sand.
Megalodon tooth? Megalodon teeth are pretty common, Rathgar. I did not. I didn't hear about that.
They finally reached their goal, the brown hills of Ukatolgad.
See many of these people I recognize.
With all the delays, they've only got 2 weeks to...
Hang on. Some of those people looked familiar. So they're... That looks like Luis Chiappe right there. The theropod dinosaur and bird specialist. Theropod dinosaur specialist, so that covers all bases. But yeah. He's now in Los Angeles. Did I see Krista in there?
With all the delays, they've only got 2 weeks to work. This
Oh,
is
boy.
the place where they've pinned all their hopes. With luck, a year of shifting sands has exposed more bones. But even here, there are no guarantees.
Yep.
It is possible to fail in the Gobi. It's a
Oh,
huge
yeah.
area, a huge tract of...
It's possible to fail and die a grievous death in the Gobi Desert. Of course it is. Michael Novacek, holy cow. Yeah. Oh, boy. Yeah.
But even here, there are no guarantees.
It is possible to fail in the Gobi. It's a huge area, a huge tract of land. There are lots of rocks, but they don't all contain fossils. You
No, they
can
don't.
to what looks like the most tantalizing set of badlands you can possibly imagine and not find one scrap of bone. It's a treasure hunt in a way, and it is sort of like finding a needle in a haystack.
But on this day, discovery and elation are immediate.
Oh, I see it.
Hoo,
Yeah,
hoo, hoo, hoo.
Wonderful. Yes.
I know that feeling.
Through the claws. Nice. The side of the skull here.
These are the teeth sticking
You can see
up
these
right
teeth,
here.
yeah. Each one of these is a
Look at that,
socket.
those alveoli. Beautiful.
Pretty big.
Look at that claw.
Has this big thing right here. on
Beautiful theropod claw there.
retractor bulge.
Very nice. Very nice.
They've hit the jackpot. Among their first finds are oviraptors, the creature Andrews knew as egg thief.
That's it. Nice.
Oh.
Oviraptor.
Here's a big mantle. Considering that Oviraptor is one of the rarest dinosaurs in the world, and there's only been a handful of
Not anymore. Holy cow. Since then, Oviraptorosaurs, how many different genera do we have? Holy cow. This will now be, after they made this, these specimens, I think, will end up being different species, different genera. Yeah, before we were calling everything Oviraptor. Now these are different Oviraptorosaurs. These are new genera and species. So yeah. It is a long game to play. Absolutely, Caterpillar. Yeah. How you doing, by the way? Welcome back.
just in the first 20 minutes.
This is really
Holy
not
moly.
what paleontology is like. Most of the time, you don't go find 12.
That needs to be an alert, by the way.
Really not what paleontology is like. Most of the time, you don't go find 12 skeletons in an hour.
There's another one.
Pfizer says, are they supposed to document their location and time when they found it? Absolutely, Pfizer. Yeah, yeah. Good data collection means that, you know, that you're trying to record as much information as possible. So, GPS reading, maybe panoramic photos from the site, lithology, you know, time, date, everything. Yeah. So yeah. Yeah. I don't know what their exact, you know, protocols are for this with the American Museum of Natural History, but when I was working with Museum of the Rockies or with the Badlands Dinosaur Museum or with other museums, man, we were really, really serious about data collection. For every specimen that we found, there's a lot of data that goes into that. Yeah. Yeah. Hmm. Look at that Protoceratops. Oh, that's CGI from back then. So quaint. I mean, they knew how to use it at first. They knew it looked kind of hokey, and they're putting it in water reflections and stuff. You know? Yeah. Yeah. Gabra. I think that was somebody else, Dr. Terra. I know what you mean, Dr. Terra, but that was different. From Godzilla's Revenge, right? Yeah. Yeah. And Mayor Space says, imagine if a modern paleontologist went back, got on a field crew for Marsh or Cope and tried to explain data collection to them. I mean, you'd try to explain the concept of a satellite to Marsh or Cope, Mayor Space. GPS readings, what? Yeah. Beautiful. Holy cow. Yeah. What? Yeah. Hey, Digital Deck, how you doing? Welcome, welcome. And that's pretty funny because we now think that Oviraptorosaurs were probably mostly herbivorous or maybe omnivorous. We don't think they were vicious carnivores, but that's okay. Yeah. There you go, Mayor Space. Yeah. And Dark Native, how are you doing? Sheko to you too. Welcome back. Yeah. Hmm. Dino Tsar. There you go, Caterpillar. Wait, what? Ossified tendons like that. That looks like some sort of ornithischian dinosaur. It's hard to say it would be a it's possible it could be a hadrosaur, but this looks ornithischian to me. More likely, it's some sort of thyreoform, an ankylosaur. It's probably an ankylosaur. With those ossifine tendons like this, you know? And we'll see. And Dark Native says, just curious, if you find a full skeleton of a dinosaur, how do people determine what it would look like externally? That's a great question, Dark Native. Holy cow, I could do a whole week's worth of streams just on that topic right there. What you're describing is the concept of, like, reconstructing a fossil organism. You know, a dinosaur in this case. So maybe let's take a look at Coelophysis as an example. This is a dinosaur that we've got multiple complete skeletons of. Coelophysis. This is one of the very early dinosaurs from North America, from New Mexico and Arizona. It's from the late Triassic period, about 225 million years ago. How do we determine what this animal looked like on the outside? Well, yeah. Some people have portrayed it with kind of scaly skin like this. There's a Joe Tiraconi.
Are you a fan of dinosaurs?
Illustration.
I won't get angry if you aren't. What?
Mary Ann Sigricia, thank you for the follow and welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah. So here's a, oh man, I love this. A Gabriele Guetto illustration of Coelophysis. How much actual, like, flesh we put onto the bones and what the skin looks like, the coloration, whether or not it had feathers. A lot of this comes down to speculation. So this guy's looking pretty skinny right here. It's probably not the worst. I don't know. But I don't know. I think it's something like this. This speaks to me and says, you know, it's probably better. But this is a much more recent illustration anyhow. With certain dinosaurs, it becomes really easy. Like with Borealopelta, for instance. We've got a complete front half of this animal, or at least the parts that we have are exquisitely well preserved, to the point where we actually have fossilized skin, and we can look at the preserved color cells, the melanosomes in the skin, and determine that this animal had a pattern on it that looked like this. We know it was kind of reddish orange, kind of a rusty red orange on top, with like yellow streaks across it like that, and kind of a whitish underbelly like that, because of the those fossilized color cells. So with a dinosaur like Borealopelta, we've got a pretty good idea of what it would have looked like on the outside. For other dinosaurs, especially ones that are known from very fragmentary material, it's a lot trickier to be able to determine that, you know? So yeah. Does that make sense, Dark Native? It's different for every dinosaur, but the more information we have, the more bones we have, the more specimens, the more individual skeletons we have, and the better preserved they are, the easier it gets. Which I'm sure makes sense, right? So yeah. So there is a lot of educated guessing, but sometimes we get really lucky, like in the case of Borealopelta, where like, holy cow, we can figure out what colors it was and be able to reconstruct it, you know, like this. Here's a beautiful illustration of the head and neck of this dinosaur. Just exquisite. So yeah. And Digital Deck, oh, phone battery's dying. I appreciate you being here, though, Digital Deck. Thank you. Yeah. So, yeah. Anywho, this is why our perception of dinosaurs changes, is because when we find new fossils, we find better evidence, we have new specimens, more complete skeletons, we're always learning more and more and more, and we're getting kind of ever closer to what these animals would have actually looked like, you know? You go back to Victorian times, you know, with only a handful of bones of Iguanodon, Victorian scientists like Gideon Mantell and Richard Owen thought Iguanodon would have looked like this. Nowadays, we've got many complete skeletons of this kind of dinosaur. And so, now we know it would have looked a lot more like this. Not smaller, but these are different size models. Don't let the size, you know, don't get hung up on size here. This is the actual body shape for Iguanodon as we now understand it. Still don't know what colors it was, but, yeah. Anywho, very different kind of animal now that we have complete skeletons and we can actually reconstruct the full body of the animal and understand how it would have walked, how it would have carried its body. So yeah, yeah. So that's not life-size. No, that one's very funny, Darknado. Although I've got a life-size Iguanodon hand. Do you want to see it? Then 3D printing this. Put the thumb back on there too. Get this glued on eventually. But this is just the hand of an Iguanodon. Thumb, index finger, middle finger, ring finger, and the pinky finger I still need to attach over here. But, you know, it's a big animal. This is a big animal. Yeah. And if you ever visit Brussels, the capital of Belgium, you can see... Yeah. Holy cow. You can see multiple complete specimens of Iguanodon.
Bernissart, 1878. I've struck gold, shouted a miner, 322 meters underground, when he discovered a tree trunk filled with glittering ore. In reality, they were bones encrusted with pyrite, a sparkling gold-colored mineral known as fool's gold. A telegram was quickly sent to the Royal Belgian Natural History Museum. The result was 3 exciting years of excavation and the discovery of around 30 dinosaur skeletons.
Holy cow.
Almost intact.
Yeah, amazing.
600 blocks of fossils protected in plaster were transported to Brussels.
Yep.
And set up in a former chapel whose high ceiling was perfect for the task of solving the giant 3D puzzle.
Pretty cool.
It was a major discovery for paleontology. For the first time, complete skeletons could show us what dinosaurs actually looked like.
So again, before, we thought dinosaur, like Iguanodon basically looked like this. And then we suddenly had complete skeletons. And holy cow, our picture of these animals changed. It wasn't correct right away. I'm sure it's still not correct today. But we're working on it. We're getting ever closer to the truth. That's what science is all about. Anyway, yeah. So suddenly we realized that these animals looked a lot different. They probably didn't, well, we know they didn't stand up on their tails like this, like a kangaroo or something, but this is what they thought at the time.
The shape of their teeth tells us that they were plant eaters.
Yep.
Their pointed, horn-covered thumbs were a powerful defense. And their spine was reinforced by bony tendons, which connected the vertebrae.
So this is why I thought when we were looking at this earlier, these look like the ossified tendons in an ornithischian dinosaur, which, given that they're at Ukatolgod, I'm looking at this with the benefit of hindsight, obviously. It's probably an ankylosaur here, an armored dinosaur. That's because,
And their spine was reinforced by bony tendons.
Those bony tendons, characteristic for ornithischian dinosaurs.
They normally walked on 4 legs. However, the skeletons that were originally mounted in this upright biped position are too fragile to be remounted. They're still the largest and best preserved collection of iguanodons in the world.
Pretty incredible.
They are the stars of our museum.
Cool stuff. Yeah. Anyway, so I hope that gives you some semblance of... gives you some feeling for how we actually reconstruct dinosaurs and how they change over the years. All that good stuff. Yeah. Yeah. But But yeah, you never been to a dinosaur museum as a kid? I didn't get to go to many dinosaur museums as a kid either. Big Mandex. So yeah, yeah. I'm looking forward to the next time you get to go to one. That'll be really cool for you. Yeah. And someone called Dragon Rocker says, why were old reconstructions of dinosaurs have them standing up straight? A lot of that comes back to Louis Dolo, who is French or Belgian researcher at the time, who, anyway, he thought that they were basically upright like kangaroos because that's the only other like bipedal animal that he could think of aside from humans. And so he kind of modeled them after kangaroos, and that turned out to be totally wrong. So yeah, we'll talk about that, I think, when we talk about Megalosaurus on let's see. There we go. When we talk about Megalosaurus on the 20th, we'll talk about that a bit. Yeah. Anyway, that'll be good stuff. French, Belgian, what's the difference? Yeah, you know, Caterpillar. But yeah. And original Old Dog, your parents took you to the Museum of Natural History when you were just 3? Very cool. Original Old Dog, very nice. Yeah. Cool stuff. Let's continue here. Ooh. Those look like ossified tendons. That looks ornithischian to me. It's exciting, whatever it is. And who are those creatures, everybody? Anybody know? Which creatures are still alive today? That dinosaurs, back then we thought they may have evolved to them. Now we realize, yeah, they did. Not alligators. Not dogs. Not gremlins or tardigrades or sea turtles. But if you said birds, then that's the answer we were looking for. Yes. Birds today are considered living dinosaurs. Somebody type in !feathers, for instance, I think. Thanksgiving turkeys, or type in !turkey. Yeah. And Rothgar says the voice actor narrating this video is also the voice actor that is doing the voice of the NPC in the game I'm playing. Really, Rothgar? Which game is that? Yeah. Interesting. Anyway, we now realize that dinosaurs, strictly speaking, never went extinct. Not all the way. We've got living dinosaurs today. We just call them birds. Here's a diagram I put together a couple years ago. Yeah. Highlighting a lot of these different anatomical, not similarities, but homologies, we could say. So yeah, you remember that stream we saw? Yeah, good stuff, right? Yeah. And is that really the same voice actor? Elder Scrolls on... Interesting, Rothgar. Huh. But, and very funny, weed and work from home. Welcome to Paleontologizing. But, yeah. Anyway. And, oh. Ios with the band hammer. Holy cow. I think they were joking, Ios. Ios does not mess around. Holy cow. Bow! Just instant headshot. Yeah, you want to play with your food, Danny? Maybe a little bit, Ios. Maybe a little bit. No, I think this person followed a while before. I think they're actually chill. If you wouldn't mind, thank you, Ios. I appreciate you. How are you doing, by the way, Ios? How are you feeling? Your stream last night was fun. I'm glad I was able to tune in. And, yeah. And work from home. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. Welcome, welcome. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. Anyway. Got my eye on you, Weed. But you stick around if you would like to learn about fossils. If you want to see some cool 3D printed dinosaur fossils, we're working on a Stegosaurus skull dome right now. Not Stegosaurus, but Stegosaurus. Pachycephalosaur, not a Stegosaur. But yeah. Yeah. Anyway. And, yeah, anywho. And how you doing, Pyrofreeze? Welcome, welcome. And, Gormabald. Howdy, howdy. You love paleontology? Well, it's great to have you here, Gormabald. Feel free to send me a whisper or just, yeah, if you don't want to put the question out there for everybody, send me a whisper. But yeah, don't be shy if you've got a cool question. Don't feel like you have to hide it. And Badman Dex, this is not made by me, this 3D print. No, this is scanned from an actual dinosaur skull. Let me show you. That'll do it. There we go. This is from a paleontological laboratory, from Whitmer Lab. Lawrence Whitmer's paleontology lab. This is a 3D scan. They actually did a, probably a CAT scan of the skull of Stegosaurus here. And they even did a really, really cool exploding model here, which is even more exciting than it sounds. It doesn't blow up in a fireball. It expands like that so you can see all of the constituent bones that make up the skull. And you can see an endocast of the brain inside. That's that multicolor thing right there is an endocast. So like a volumetric cast of the brain with those nerves coming off of it. And the semicircular canals and all that good stuff. So really cool. I love this because we normally think of Pachycephalosaurus skulls as being very solid. You know, it's all stuck together like that. But just like all dinosaur skulls, they're made up of multiple bones. So here you actually get to see that firsthand, which I think is really neat. Pretty cool. So anyway, but this is where I got that model. You can actually download it off this site. And that is what we are printing right now. You can see the big bald spot on the back. That's the dome of this Stegosaurus. So yeah. Yeah, pretty cool, right? Yeah. So yeah. Yeah, neat stuff. Here, let me check on this. Give me just a second here. Yeah. And no, the dodo print is indeed done. There it is. We finished this when we were doing our dodo stream on Thursday. So yeah. This is about life, maybe a little bit smaller than life size. I had to be able to get it to fit on the printer in one go. But yeah. Pretty cool, right? Yeah. And yeah, gold color. There we go. I like the gold color. That's nice. But we did this when we were talking about Rhaphis cuculatus, the dodo, now famously extinct. There's a biotech startup company that says that they're going to resurrect the dodo I wish them the very best of luck. It all kind of hinges on whether or not they can figure out how to effectively clone birds, which has as yet been impossible. Nobody's been able to clone a bird, because bird eggs don't work the way that mammal eggs work. So yeah. And what a cool model. Thank you, Afro-Bennett Girl. Yeah. Yeah, excited to follow their progress. I really hope they're able to succeed, Rothgar, because, man, that would be cool. But I don't know. Anything with a whiff of, like, Silicon Valley in it, you know I'm a little bit skeptical of. So we'll see if they're able to de-extinct a dodo. They wouldn't actually be, like, cloning dodos a la Jurassic Park. They would basically be kind of taking a similar bird and modifying its genome and creating, you know, gametes that would be like... They're basically trying to create something that would be a close approximation of a dodo, like ecologically equivalent. Anyway, that's... I did a whole stream on it. You should go watch the VOD. So, yeah. But, yeah. And, thank you, Mommy Does, for reposting that. Someone called Dragna Rocker wanted to know, what dinosaur skulls do I have back there? Well, let's see. Ceratosaurus here. There's a Tyrannosaurus on a juvenile Tyrannosaurus skeleton. Camarasaurus. Deinonychus. I've got a Velociraptor way over there. Eoraptor here behind the microphone. Right there, little Eoraptor. Baby Triceratops. I actually have a Stegosaurus right there. You can't really see it. That's why I'm reprinting one, so it'll be better. Stegosaurus. Telmatosaurus. There's a Smilodon, a saber-toothed cat. Dilophosaurus, and Euoplocephalus right there. I also have a Diplodocus skull, but I've yet to assemble that. So, yeah. Yeah. Anyway. Easy for you to say. It is easy for me to say, original old dog. Who, Euoplocephalus? And Badmandex says that Dilophosaurus looks huge. Dilophosaurus was a big animal. Again, Jurassic Park, I don't feel portrayed this animal well enough. Yeah, where's that image? There we go. I like this a lot. There we go. There's the Dilophosaurus as seen in Jurassic Park and in several of the Jurassic World movies now. They always make it super small. I've heard some people go, "Oh, it's supposed to be a juvenile." It's like, no, it's not supposed to be a juvenile. It's the same size every time they show it. They clearly think it's an adult. Anyway. That is your full-grown Dilophosaurus right there. At the time that it lived, Dilophosaurus was maybe one of the biggest meat-eating dinosaurs to have evolved up until that point. It's from the early Jurassic, like close to 200 million years ago, so it's pretty early on in the history of dinosaurs, but it's a big one for that time. And chances are we've not found anything close to the biggest one, so I don't know. Yeah, we only have a handful of specimens of Dilophosaurus. The chances that we have a super large one, very slim. So yeah, they probably got bigger than this too. Yeah. Anyway, I like this depiction a lot. If you'd like to learn more about Dilophosaurus, there's an excellent video. It's not often that I could recommend a YouTube video and go, yeah, if you want to be brought up to date on a dinosaur and understand it far better, check out this YouTube video, but here we go. Brian Eng, paleo artist and researcher, has come up with an excellent video on Dilophosaurus. Really, really cool. And I cannot recommend it highly enough. It's really excellent stuff. So, take a look at that right there. Yeah. He actually goes back and, like, looks at some of the original specimens. And, hang on. I know that hand. That's Pat's hand. Dr. Patricia A. Holroyd. She was my mentor back at Berkeley. This is where I got my start in paleontology. With Pat. Pat is the keeper of the collections. She's the fossil goddess at UCMP. And so, of course, she needed to be there on hand, so to speak, during filming of this part. But yeah, anyway, we don't actually have very much of Dilophosaurus. This is the best skull that we have of this animal. So, in this video, Brian kind of walks you through what we actually know about Dilophosaurus, what we don't, and yeah. I remember this specimen, like, working on this when I was in high school. Parts of this crest are so incredibly thin, like, they're like translucent, like light can shine through them. They're that thin, they're potato chip thin. Just nuts. Yeah. So yeah. Anywho, good stuff. Again, that video is right there in the chat. So yeah, excellent stuff. And Pat, Keeper of the Dead, there you go. Someone called it, yes indeed. And Wusa says you just recognize somebody by their hand. Well, shoot, Wusa, there are not many hands that would show up next to the Dilophosaurus lectotype skull. And this looks like Pat's hand, so it's got to be Pat. And I think... Here, if I scrub through a little bit... There we go. Let's see.
In paleo art and pop culture, the fragmentary nature of the known Dilophosaurus skulls led Sam Wells to speculate that Dilophosaurus had a fragile skull.
This is Helena Chin right here. She also works at UCMP.
And a weak bite.
Yeah.
This suggestion led to further speculation that Dilophosaurus must have been a scavenger or a strict fish eater, or that it must have relied on venom to subdue its prey as it draws apart. In order to better understand Dilophosaurus' skull and biology, I collaborated with Adam on creating a rigorous skull reconstruction. The first skull reconstruction of Dilophosaurus to take all of the known skull material into account, while also...
Very, very cool stuff. Anyway, I'm trying to find that other clip with Pat, because I think...
in the most famous tall-crested specimen.
There we go.
The skull of that famous tall-crested...
It's 100%. That's Pat right there, standing.
Tall-crested specimen.
Yeah.
The skull of that famous...
So this is Dr. Patricia A. Holroyd, who... When I saw her a little while ago, a few months ago, I was visiting the museum, and I was hanging out with Pat a little bit, and I asked her if she'd ever want to be an interviewee on Paleontologizing. And Pat is like, no, thanks. Pat is the furthest creature from a publicity hound. Yeah. Pat doesn't have time for that kind of thing, I'll put it that way. So yeah. Anyway, but I bet you we can find a video. I want to say that she... Here, She might be in this. Oh yeah, shoot, there she is right there. Yeah. Let's turn her sound up so we can hear her.
It's such a landmark of the university. Like, it's the symbol that is unique to Berkeley.
For students, there are a whole series of myths and legends associated with the Campanile. One of the most frequent ones we hear is that there are dinosaur bones in the Campanile. Sometimes they want to know if there are human bones in the Campanile. Neither of those things are true, but they're part of the mythos of the tower.
Yeah. This is in Berkeley, California.
I always want some to know is no, there aren't any dinosaurs in the Campanile, but there's something better because it's filled with saber-toothed cats.
And there's Pat as a mammal researcher going, oh yeah, there's no dinosaurs in the Campanile. But she goes, but there's something better, you know? There's mammals. And like, okay, Pat. Okay. We see you, Pat.
And ground sloths. And the first thing I always want them to know is no, there aren't any dinosaurs in the Campanile, but there's something better because it's filled with saber-toothed cats and ground sloths and bison and camels and things that you never imagined lived here in California, but are as much a part of California as anything else. There is something about fossils that captures...
That's a fossil coyote right there. I remember this specimen.
Tells you about the life of the past. You know, we often think about history as just going back a few thousand years, but we actually have, especially here in California, we have a history that stretches back millions of years, and we can see how the modern world came to be. We don't...
Very cool. Anyway, I'll give you a link so you can watch this whole video if you'd like to. But, yeah. And camels in California? Absolutely, Afro Bandit Girl. Camels first evolved here in North America. Camels are an American original. They later migrated south into South America. That's why we've got llamas, guanacos, vicuñas, alpacas. And then they migrated across the land bridge into Asia. And then into the Arabian Peninsula and areas like that too, yeah. Yeah, camels originated in the Americas. There you go, give them no. Yep, absolutely. You know, I feel like I talked about this several times when I was live streaming from some zoos back in June and July and August. I did some live streams walking around at some zoos in the Midwest, and every time we saw a camel, we'd talk about that. Oh yeah. Moonrise Rabbit. Welcome, Moonrise Rabbit. How was your stream? Welcome, welcome. Great to have you here. And thank you for joining us. Yeah. And then there's American horses. Yeah, horses also first evolved in North America, Lilith Hobo. Yep. Horses and camels, both American originals. They first evolved in North America. Yeah. Anyway. Oh, good night to you too, Nell. Yeah. And, Unatatobia, how are you doing? They say, how do we know which animal evolved into what? Or plants, even? Sorry for spamming. Oh, shoot, you were not spamming. I just saw or if you were, I just saw your message here, so sorry for missing it, Unatatobia. It depends. When we're looking at critters like dinosaurs, we need, like, a lot of fossils to be able to figure that out. So, yeah. For instance, here's a really cool paper with Triceratops. We can actually tell that we've got Triceratops on the bottom that evolve into Triceratops at the top. We've got multiple species here. And the thing is, we've got a bunch of different specimens. Gotta press Control minus to make it get bigger. That doesn't make any sense. Anyway, each one of these is a different specimen that's got high-resolution stratigraphic data, so we know exactly where they're from in the rock record, which is shockingly rare in dinosaur fossils. Anyway, so the ones at the bottom obviously can't be descendants of the ones at the top. These ones are older than these ones. So you got to put them all in their proper order first. You got to figure them all out temporally there. Put them into like a timeline. And then you can start to track changes. So here's a nasal horn right here. This is the horn on the nose. Starts off small down here, like that, and they get bigger and bigger and bigger toward the top. Triceratops horridus at the bottom, it seems evolves into Triceratops. We don't actually have a species name for this one yet. It's not been described yet scientifically. Not been published on yet. This is the same species as the Yoshi's trike specimen that I helped dig up in 2011. But then up here we've got Triceratops prorsus at the top, with The nasal horn shaped like this. So basically, if we can find a smooth gradation like that, we can start to figure these things out. Do the same thing with tyrannosaurs, too. Like, for instance, yeah. We think this critter might have been the ancestor of Tyrannosaurus. It's from older, all the features in the skull match up. But not just that, we also have... There we go. Yeah. This new species displays a mix of features found in more primitive tyrannosaurs from older rocks, like a prominent set of horns around the eye. These are lacrimal horns. They're subtle, but there they are, little horns right there. Certainly bigger than any horns of anybody who's watching, I presume. So don't say, oh, those are small horns. Those are bigger than your horns, whoever's watching. Yeah, as well as features otherwise known from later members of this group, including T-Rex, like a tall eye socket and expanded air pockets in the skull. And this way, Daspletosaurus wilsoni is a halfway point, or missing link, to use a phrase I don't like very much, between older and younger Tyrannosaurus species. So we have to do it morphologically with fossils like this. We've got to look at different specimens, figure out what their different characteristics look like, and then kind of go from there. With modern creatures, be they animals or plants or fungi or whatever, it's honestly a lot easier because we can do that molecularly. We can look at their DNA. And DNA, you know, it's getting easier and easier and easier to sequence a full genome all the time. I think now for like a few $1,000s, you can sequence a genome from a new kind of critter. Maybe it's still more than that. I don't actually know. I'm not a molecular biologist. Ask Balint or Lita about that at Science Streams. So yeah. Yeah. Anyway. You can basically look at their DNA and from that figure out who they're most closely related to and who they may have evolved from and that kind of thing. So yeah, does that make sense? I hope it does. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. When Link was missing, Zelda was the main character and had to find him. Is that true, Gimpleg? I'm sorry, Zelda. Your Link is in a different castle. Gormabald says... Huh? Yeah. And that was fascinating, though. Just about as complicated as I expected. I just gave you the... You know... The stratospheric view of it. It gets a lot more complicated than that when I thought there would be a... Yeah. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. So, yeah. With that being said... Holy cow. It's like almost 7:45 here. I've been streaming for... coming up on 6 hours before too long. More than 5.5 hours. It is about time for me to wrap up tonight's broadcast. So, let me go ahead and do that. There's a saber-toothed cat there. Pat would be happy about this. Apparently she thinks that's cooler than a dinosaur. But, we'll see who we can raid. Don't go away yet, chat. We're gonna go see who else is doing science on Twitch right now. Let's see if we can raid them. Oh, wait, holy cow. Iacane is on. I've never had a chance to raid Iacane. We're gonna go raid Iacane Powda, one of our moderators here on Paleontologizing. She's doing some music. Oh, this is gonna be cool. Oh, she's gonna be so stoked. Stick around. It's gonna be great. Don't go away, chat. There we go. Excellent. Yeah. Everybody, thank you for another wonderful stream. I hope you had a wonderful time today. I had a lot of fun. It's such an honor to be able to to talk to all of you and, you know, discuss my passion and my science with all of you. Thank you for inviting me into your home. Thank you for your incredible support. Thank you for your moderation, moderators. Thank you for your viewership, your attention, your questions, everything. Appreciate you more than you know. And I hope to see you tomorrow for another exciting fossil science stream. But until then, everybody, you take care of yourselves, and let's go see what Iacane is up to. All right. Take care, everybody.